Good morning and welcome to the Italian Ikozuki stream. My name is Katie and we are back to do zippers and what's the other thing we're doing? We're doing zippers and then we're pinning all these or clipping all this twill into the large box bags. Yeah, I did not. Sorry. Ugh. Jig is like right underneath my chest there, so got caught on it. All right, Flynn, you gotta get off the bags, buddy. You gotta scoot. Scoot. I know. You're so hard done by, and life is rough. And actually, we need to also do these as well. At least the one that's here. And I need to trim some light twill for this one. Okay, we'll do that. Actually, we'll do that right now while I'm thinking about it. The rest of these need to have their zipper pulls on it, so we'll just do this right now. All it needs to do is get turned, and then we'll clip, or we'll trim and clip twill in it later. I tried to do some of this work yesterday, but it is so miserably windy here. Like, if you look at our forecast, it looks like it's supposed to be absolutely amazing. And then you go outside and it's like, well, this is not fun at all. Oh, shoot. Where are the... Okay, the scissors are there. Good. Good enough. I don't need them, but I just want to make sure I know where they are. The pinking shears for the next few, in a few minutes here, because basically all we're doing right now is we are installing the zip pulls. And then so it's install, turn the bag, and then we will go through and clip the whole pile at once, because after the zip pulls get put on, they're basically like any other bag, besides the fact that we have to be a little bit careful making sure that we don't like pull the zip pull off the actual zipper tape. So Fibre Shindig is this weekend, April 6th, 2024, at the Genesis Center from 10 till 4. Lots of these will hopefully be done in time for that. That's what we're gunning for right now, or aiming for right now. And we'll see where we get. Tensions are high. No, not really. Yeah, I did not get on last night because the kids were feral. I had planned to basically spend all day outside yesterday pretty much. But again, like, we're right on that cusp. So it was like 15 degrees, but the wind was terrible because there was no sun. And it's just like, well, this is not nice to be out in. And then when we did go out, I was like, okay, I'll take this work out and we'll clip all these ribbon pieces in. I'm like, perfect, because like that's the awesome part about being at the stage I'm at right now. I don't have to be at a sewing machine. Obviously, we're at a sewing machine because I'm set up to work here, but this is the workspace, and I don't like having to carry stuff around if I don't have to. But it was so windy, it was like blowing my bags around, so I wasn't able to do that. The kids did go down really well last night, but I'm still fighting some sort of stomach and or head cold. So I'm just like, okay, I'm going to go have a good sleep, and then I will be able to get up in the morning and do the things. So that's where we're at. We're up and doing the things. I should have finished my cup of coffee before I got on stream, but we will finish it as we get these zip pulls on. So I was gonna actually go for my run outside too, but it's like it was only +2, and well, okay, my watch said that it was +2, the Jeep said it was +8, but again, it's just like that bitter wind. So I've held off. I'll head out around like 3:45, 4 o'clock. For a run. I don't know if that'll be a run on the treadmill or a run outside, but I do need to resume my training here because Calgary Marathon is creeping up on us. I am not running the marathon. I'm running a half, but like mentally I need to be more prepared. I am not prepared for a half marathon right now. So all right, there we go. So these are all the black zippers. So they're all getting black zipper pulls. I think last night when I was like actually coming down to try to do stuff, had something like 22 pulls. We did get a little bit of work done yesterday. I got, I finished up clipping the threads, and then I did actually turn all the pre-made zippers yesterday, and then the kids decided that they were done. So we went upstairs and made dinner. There are pony beads all over my floor upstairs now that I have to go eventually tidy up. So, problem is that if you sweep them up, they kind of like scatter everywhere, and I don't really have an effective way to vacuum them up without like making them absolutely disgusting, because I need to clean my vacuum canister. Oh, and apparently I didn't actually catch all of the threads. Oh well, missing one is not too bad. Flynn is back here on quality control inspector duty. Bet you if I turn my... Oh, no, you can see my water bottle, but you can't quite see him. He's like tucked right over here. Actually, though, the youngest last night, so we went out inside and played outside, because I was like, okay, I'm done being inside with the children. We need to get outside. I knew it like warmed up because we went outside post dinner, and so I kicked them outside, and then we came inside straight up to bed, literally kicking and screaming. But usually I sit with the youngest in their room. They go to sleep in their bed quite often for me. But I usually sit in the room and like just chill for a few minutes. But in the time that it took me to get my eldest settled, the youngest actually fell asleep and was out before I had basically left the eldest's room. So that was really nice, and I think we'll try to repeat that tonight. And then they slept like, they got grumpy around 11:30. Took a resettle though, like just a tucking in and a pat on the bum, basically. Tap, tap, tap. Comfort. And then they slept right through until past my alarm this morning, which was awesome. The eldest was like, my alarm went off, and I was like, good morning. And they're like, I want to sleep. So I think tomorrow we will not set an alarm. Just so they can get a little bit more sleep. Usually they don't, it's not very often that they're like, I want more sleep. Usually they're like, yeah, it's wake up time. Like, get out of bed, Mom. I think the youngest would have taken more cuddles too, but we had to get out for school, so it makes sense. Plus I was done getting my face knocked around by the youngest's like massive head. Ooh, what was that? Okay, let's test that and see. Oh, we're good. Okay. Alright. Okay. Coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. I just realized if I actually put my lav mic towards my mouth, you're going to be able to hear me better. Yay. Scoot it down a little bit so that, there, that should be really, really good right now. Yeah, that looks good, or mostly good. I should move it up a little bit. Oops, sorry. Run you along my zipper as well, sorry. Oh, anyway, so yeah, so it was a night. We're supposed to get more snow again today, or like starting tomorrow morning. It's like, really? And you can definitely tell, like, the weather, that's why it's so windy, is because it's in that, like, that shift. So it's just like, ugh. Of course. And then what I was expecting to be a spicy vampire romance is spicy, but they're basically doing everything except having actual sex. And it's like, okay. I don't know. It's a wild ride right now. Am I intrigued? Is he overbearing? Yes, 100%. Is she kind of stupid? Yes, also, because it's just like, oh my goodness. Not maybe stupid, naive. Yeah, let's go with naive maybe. But it's just like, I don't know. It's fluff. I'll whatever, right? Like, also it's from the library, so get their circulation numbers up for their audiobooks. I did just borrow the second one because I'm like, this is not going to finish with this first one. Oh, I hope there's not a third, though. It's not terrible. I've definitely listened to worse, and I've listened to worse that were higher hyped as well. But this one is up there. At least it's kind of like bad in a like enjoyable way. At least for me, I'm like, if you enjoy it, it's not that bad. I don't care who enjoys it. It's just, I guess maybe not for me. But it's also not terrible. So it's just like, okay, whatever. It's entertaining. Okay. I do still need to figure out exactly how I'm going to display the progress keepers and stitch markers on Saturday. I do think I'm going to go with the earring stand. And then I actually saw a different way to for display for the wristlets, which I think are going to help them, because I had a little like rotating jewelry stand from Michaels, but the problem is that it's not heavy enough on the base to support the wristlets, because the wristlets are heavier than what's supposed to be displayed on them, because it's a necklace stand basically. Although what I do need to do is probably go see if I can find the pieces for my floor spinner. Would be the best one to do. But I will take the time to do that for piece. I'm not going to do that for Fibre Shindig. Anyway, the suggestion that I saw or basically I saw it for smaller items, like stuff on business cards, like the stitch markers. I have too many to do it for this, but it's a little like spice rack, like one of the slanted ones you could expand and put into the drawer. And I don't particularly want it for, like I said, the progress keepers and stitch markers, but it would work really well for the wristlets, and then I could put a little sign with them and everything like that. Because otherwise I kind of just dump them on the table. And like, that's fine, but it's not amazing. So, okay, there we go. No! Just realized that actually a good short reel TikTok video would probably be actually using this zipper jig here soon. Should probably do that. It always feels like those ones where it's like, here is a random piece of the industry that's like super fascinating, or at least gets lots of views. And right now we're all about chasing those views, because I want to get those dollars from YouTube. I enjoy the streaming as well, but it would be nice to get some dollars from YouTube for something I'm already doing. Alrighty, we're down to like the last five. Then I'll move the jig so we're not having to like work around it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm not constantly knocking them off. I'm going to need to order some more black zip pulls. probably have to order, I should just order another box of all of them or whatever. I think the minimum order quantity is 100. So, and there's a lot more black zipper there than 100 zipper pulls, so. I shall have to see the shipping amount on that and then figure out what I want to do. Wisteria cats. These were definitely cut last year, so here we are. We're working through some of the stuff that just didn't get finished for Knit City. Could I finish these for January? 100%. Did I? Obviously not. But we're heading into floral season, so there we go. That's totally what they were waiting for. It is kind of funny. So I've figured out that going in May is not a good idea for actually getting fabrics into production within that year. Because most of these fabrics are from like the May 23 trip. So, yeah. It's kind of like I'm not in the processing headspace to get them like into rotation in the spring, because you're heading into like, I'm heading in and thinking about making for shows instead of like trying to get fabric stocked, I guess. But that's okay. Two more. Coffee first, since I reached over to throw that thread out. Okay. This is like a directional, non-directional print, basically because I have so few cats on it. I'm making sure that the cats are facing upright instead of upside down. We have put one into timeout because I didn't pay attention to that with the pre-made zipper. Excuse me. So yeah, so it's in timeout. We'll pull the zipper out and re-sew it later on. It's not a big deal. No big deal. By the way, if you can't make Fibre Shindig, I will be at the Ancient Arts Yarn Pop-Up April 13th as well. And they're at 607 Manitou, or Manitou, I'm not sure. I'm going to go with Manitou because it's like spelled like caribou. Manitou Road Southeast. They're basically right across from Shaw GMC off the Blackfoot. And then there'll be a break weekend, and then I'll be back, or we'll be up in Dawson Creek for Peace Fibre Festival. So, which I am looking forward to. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I sound like I'm surprised with that. I am not. But they are extremely well organized. And yeah. Actually, Shindig's been really well organized too. And I'm not surprised by that. They've been doing this for quite a while. So, okay. More coffee. And we've got the bin here. Actually, that's one that I probably would do in the fall if they'll have me back, isn't it? Shindig is in October, so. Alright. Gonna get this lined up, lined up, lined up. Lined up, lined up, lined up. So this is, we've got that iron line here, and what we're doing is we're just going to line the iron line up with the middle of the zipper, and then that distributes the fabric evenly on both sides. So like this. We're good. I'm going to just zip this up a little bit more because that means that the zipper won't be as split when we go to sew it. Go. What else do we need to do before Saturday? We need to pack the truck on Friday. And then I need to, I'm going to use, just dump this out. Why are there pins on the bottom? It's just, I'm going to put them back in the bottom. I don't know why they're there though. Anyway, so I need to pack the truck, and with all the stuff, that's usually helpful. I need to get a float. And then I want to try and get the tagging done before. Oh, and there's like 3 kato that I ran out of cord on, and now we've got more cord. So we can put it in. It'll be three new kato, easy peasy. Then what else? I think that's good. Get to use my new stand banner again. So that's exciting. Basically what we do, this sometimes is a little bit easier with pins, but pins are my enemy. They poke my fingers too much. So we're just gonna work with the clips and then just go along and clip everything in. Okay, so we're lining up that line here. I do not want to update right now. Go away. It's like, you need to enter your password to update. I don't want to update. At least not right now. Oh my goodness, my nose. I think this might be getting to the point where this might be a sinus infection or something like that, instead of just like leftover cold. Because again, it's like, there's not a lot of other indicators that I'm actually sick. It's just a stuffy, gross nose. Okay. So most of these twill tapes have been cut down for at least the white, a lot of the lighter ones, but I figure at least if I was like, basically they're half cut right now. As long as that was done, it still saves us quite a bit of time right now, and it's true. It was something that, well, basically what it was is it wasn't a time saver, but it was something that I could do upstairs with family over the weekend, and so that's what I decided to do for work upstairs this week. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Actually, I think those kato that I said that just needed their D-rings moved around are close enough to being finished that we could probably do those in time for Shindig as well. I'll take an assessment of those at lunch, actually. That's what I'll do. Now, the awesome thing about this does look extremely tedious. It is. Well, maybe not extremely, but it is tedious. But the awesome part is it's just for this side, and then the other side, it's just like super fast because all I have to do is basically fold back the top bit and we're good to go. Okay, there we go. Flip it over. There we go. Good. Flip it back. No, I don't need to flip it back. Leave it on this side because it needs the tape. Now these did actually creep up in length as I was cutting them, which is really annoying. But you know what? Whatever. We can fix it here. There we go. There we go. Should have brought my earbuds down to listen to my book. I'm supposed to see a friend tomorrow, but I think we have to sick check because I thought we would be over whatever this was, and as much as like I don't think sinus infections are contagious, it's like we're still sick, and the kids are definitely still black. Go flippy flip. Actually, I just realized if this week's training run was, so it was 9.5 miles while Dallas was home, which means the next run though, and Dallas is home is like, I think it's 11.5 miles. So I'm nearly done the half marathon training again, which is like insane. Because basically, well, okay, so this training program doesn't actually give me taper like you're supposed to do before a marathon and stuff like that. That's fine, it's not that intense, but I'm still going to taper. Because, yeah, so next time he's home, then I'll run the amount, and then I'll run basically a half marathon the following week he's home, right before we go up to Dawson. And then for May, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go to the spin studio that we're at, spin and yoga studio that we use. And that's going to be my taper, is I'm just going to like, usually they do a May like challenge. So it's like 30 classes in May. And Dallas is going to be home on vacation, which means that I can just go to whatever class I want because I'll have another parent at home. And they have like an unlimited pass, so it's like as long as I'm using it like 9 times or something like that. So if I'm gonna go do 30 classes, it's definitely worth the one month expense. And then we'll go to running and training outside with bikes and stuff like that. So go. Tape. I was like, I'm gonna need more twill tape to finish these off, which I didn't. So I ordered more, and then I found another roll down here, and I'm like, okay, well, I am very prepared for making small box bags. Annoying? Yes. Prepared? Yes. This one's a little bit harder to see that fold line on, mostly because this is like such a textured fabric as it is. Okay, so the goal today is to get all of these clipped and ends sewn, because then wedging the bags is actually something that I can do with the kids around. Although really, if we can get to the boxing of the bags today as well, that would be freaking amazing. And then basically just as much sewing as I can get done the next couple of days. But I guess we'll find out. Who knows, right? So we'll find out. Okay, let's get that in there. I don't know why I have these sitting over there. Realistically, they can sit here. Then I don't have to keep cranking around to get them every time. Put them within my work triangle, basically is what I'm doing. Oh, you are far too long. Okay, right there. Time is 9:45. Okay. So yeah, we got about 5 hours or so of work left, minus a little bit for like food. Need to like mentally plot out my booth as well. Provide an 8-foot table, so I need to make sure to take my 8-foot tablecloth. I have like one of those spandex ones that stretches over the table, which is awesome because it like just looks very professional. I need to go get risers for the table. That's what I need to go do too. I need to go to the dollar store anyway, so I'll go get the spice thing from there. I'll mask up when I go in, just in case this is not just a sinus infection. Who knows what it is. Nasties. Yeah, go get a tilted spice rack from there. And then what did I just say? Right, risers. And then stuff. I don't know. My brains are tired. So we're just going through and adding in all of these pull tabs right now. So what we've done is when I was ironing all of these, I ironed a center line down the middle of the bag. And that tells me where to line everything up on both sides of the bag. It's more important for the exterior to make sure that the zipper is actually like centered in the fabric, or as centered as it can be. And then we take our twill tape and we throw it in there. And try to make sure that it is also centered. Clip this back so it stays all the way while I'm sewing, and then clip this in on the zipper here. Okay, and we're going. I don't know. I was anticipating getting more done yesterday, but we did not because the kids were feral. Basically, I'd planned to spend most of the day outside yesterday, and it didn't happen because as much as it was in the mid-teens, the wind was horrendous. It was so bad. And so it didn't happen, basically. Because I was like, oh, yeah, I'll take this stuff out and we'll clip the ends and like do the zippers and blah, 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 blah. And when it finally warmed up enough to go outside after dinner, this one didn't get done because I had to fix the zipper. So I'm putting in the fold line right now. Anyway, by the time that we actually were able to go out after dinner, it was still so windy that it was blowing my bags around. So, and I didn't have any weights to keep them down. It was not a fun day for being outside. And today has so far been very similar, although it does look like it's starting to die down a little bit, which is good. Because I was like, I'm going to run this morning. And then I kind of looked at it and went, okay, I can't run outside. If I can avoid running on the treadmill, I do want to still do that. Because I don't think I'm going to be running outside on Friday with the snow that's in the forecast. So I'm like, well, it's no big loss to like wait until this afternoon. And either way, Like, if I have to run on the treadmill, I have to run on the treadmill. If I can run outside, though, if I wait for a few hours, that is well worth the time to wait. Plus, then I get to come downstairs and work. And get kind of like that out of my mental headspace as well. So I was just plotting out how I'm going to do some display items from the dollar store, hopefully, because I saw a good way to display wristlets rather than just like tossing them on the table, which is kind of what's happened the last few times. I really want to get a little countertop spinner rack, but it won't get here in time for Shindig, so I think I'll invest in that for... Well, actually, they come out of Vancouver, so I bet you I could have it in time for the Popup with Ancient Arts on the 13th, and if not, definitely by Peace Fibre Festival. The display place in Calgary that I usually get this stuff doesn't have them anymore, so, or at least not the version I would use. So, what are you? Oh, okay. My watch is like, you need to stand. Anyway, the goal right now is to get all of these. Let's keep going the pile. All of the twill clipped into the bags, and then hopefully at least all the end seams sewn. And then if I can get the wedges cut tonight, even with the kids home tomorrow, I should be able to do a lot of the boxing tomorrow while they're home. And then we'll finish everything up on Friday. At least that's the like ideal trajectory. We'll see how we'll see what curveball I get thrown tonight. Maybe it's one that I can hit out of the park. Maybe it's one that demands that we just not do anything. Kind of hoping what I can do is get them from school. So go for my run, get them from school. I will feed them pizza pops because that's easy. And then we'll get outside of the house. As long as it's still like, if it gets sunny and it's not snowing, we should be fine. Even if just the wind drops, it'll be fine. Then we can play in the backyard until bedtime. And that hopefully helps them sleep again. Gymnastics is done for the season, so that's good. Means, well, it's good and bad. They love gymnastics, but it does mean that we don't have to like go anywhere on Thursdays, which is kind of nice. Eases up our schedule a little bit. Especially now that like we can start going outside most of the time, or at least some of the time. I packed them like 3 different outfits for school. 'Cause it's like, okay, you got your winter jacket, you got your splash suit, and you've got your rain jacket if you just need a windbreak over top of your hoodie. 'Cause like, I don't know what they're gonna need. It really depends on like what the weather does when they actually go outside of school. I hope they go outside of school today. I think they probably will, especially if the wind dies. Not that they have school right now. Technically, it's spring break, so they're just in care, but that's fine. I'm sure they'll still, it's still play, and it's still crafts and everything like that, I'm sure. Just a little bit less structured, probably. My youngest, every time now that they go to school, they're like, I'm going to go play with trains. It's freaking adorable. Like... Okay, fold, and clip. Fold, and clip. Ooh, that's like, actually, how much is there? Oh, it's almost 3 pieces. Katie. Actually, that one I might be able, that might be big enough. No, with the, I was like, that might be big enough for like a triangle pouch, but with the size of the seam allowance on triangle pouches, it will not work. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. Now, any zipper overages and stuff like that will get trimmed down as I like after the seams get sewn. So they get trimmed down before I do the final turning. Or, sorry, not before the final turning, but like when we're doing the wedging, the boxing of the edges. There we go. That word. Okay, where is that midline? Go. Excuse me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sweet. 9 more from what we've turned this morning, so that's pretty good because I think we're up around like 20 or 25 to actually put zipper pulls on this morning. So that's the first thing we completed, and now we're obviously onto this. All right. And actually, once I get to that point, I'm going to run upstairs and get a snack because I'm getting hungry. And to blow my nose because apparently I cannot breathe right now. Always lovely. Okay, there we go. Fold, fold, and clip. Then we'll get this in. Actually, I'm probably going to grab my earbuds so that I can just listen to an audiobook while doing this. Because there's not a lot of stories to tell right now. Especially since I have to mouth breathe. So telling stories. And I'm like, eeh. Yeah, anyway, so telling stories and trying to breathe at the same time is a little bit difficult. Gone forever, at least until I tidy up the pile. Yeah, gone. Basically what I do when I'm going in is I also just double check to make sure that the line is actually lined up with the zipper teeth. And like I said, I try to center that twill tape as much as I can. Of course, it can always shift a little bit during sewing, but you know, better to try than not, obviously. Go. Done, done, done. Okay. Yeah, actually, I'll take a break, and then I am going to pull out those. No, we're not going to pull out the kato until I'm like sewing end seams on these. I was like, I'll pull out this kato and double check to see. I think they've all got line. Oh no, that's a lie. We pilfered one lining for something else, so one of them doesn't have a lining, but I'm pretty sure at least 3 out of the 4 or whatever have lining. So we'll pull them to finish for Friday as well, or for Saturday, because I think all we need to do is basically, I say all, there's quite a bit of work still left, but we need to like pull the D-ring tabs, sew the D-ring tabs back in, and then they would still need the interior installed. Nah, whatever. We can do it. It can be done. It'll be fine. Let's just add a little bit more work. Who cares? As my sleep schedule screams in the background, like, hey, don't leave me. I'm totally leaving the sleep schedule behind. Okay, I thought I would be able to get to the end of this pile, but I do need to go upstairs and get a snack and a washroom break. So let me get this. I will clip this one in. Then we will go do those things. And then I will come back down. And we will continue to do exactly what we're doing right now. Actually, I might go through and clip all of these tapes down to the amount that they need to be, because I do feel like that would be faster to just be able to grab off the pile and go rather than doing them individually. But I will be back in like hopefully about 10 minutes. It won't be too long. Okay, I'm back. I'm just making sure that the, whatever this thing is set up correctly. The phone. Oh boy. Okay, that is a really wide view. Yeah, whatever. It's a nice wide view. Sweet. Okay. So we're going to actually go through, I was chatting about how I was going to trim these all down. And we're going to do that because then I can just pull from the pile and I don't have to worry. I can just pull it. The only question is how to actually like trim them down correctly. Well, not like they have to be perfect either, but more just so it's on display, I guess. There we go. There we go. Well, at least with those ones done, yeah, we're good. Then I can take all these other ones and trim them down. And some of them are fine. It's just like the stuff that was towards the end that started to get like long, too long. So, work through these. It is still like really cloudy out. It really looks like it wants to rain, but I don't think it's going to. I don't know. Just in case you're curious, this is what so much of this effort goes into. Everything we do here is very hands-on. Everything I do here, again, that is the royal we. When I say we, imagine it with a capital W. I guess we should count the cats in there too, because they are totally, they're totally whatever, quality control inspecting and helping as he sleeps behind me. Yeah, I kind of wish it would rain because it would like, I don't know, it would actually like wash everything off and be refreshing. It would be cold and miserable and wouldn't be any better than snow, except it wouldn't freeze. Hopefully, maybe. And I shouldn't say that. It'd probably freeze overnight, and then I'd be complaining about the ice tomorrow. But yeah, it's like right on that edge. I thought we were done full spring, but apparently we might be in for like whatever this phase is. I think, what, 4th winter at this point? I also like put the kids out last night being like, once it did warm up and it was sunny, it's like, oh yeah, it's not going to be that muddy because it has actually dried out quite a bit because everything melted and dried out. Except they still managed to find the mud, which was, so we have like, our backyard has like a gap between the fence and the yard, like the grass. It's basically, we've got a grass retaining wall. I guess that's the best description probably. Because otherwise there'd be a really big drop down from our walkout to the yard. So basically they brought the yard up so you can just stop off our back patio. What did you knock off? Oh, it just knocked onto the drawer, the cat. So yes, but so the little gap between the fence and the yard, like retaining wall, that the kids can access is just like apparently a mud pit because they came out and it's just their boots were coated again. I made sure we cleaned them off better this time so that there wasn't quite so much mud going down the hallway into their preschool today. So, because last time they left tracks all the way down the hallway and I felt really bad. This is better than doing these individually, at least. That's good. So basically we'll trim all of these down and we'll move back into clipping all of the twill tape into the bags themselves. if you're like, Katie, I didn't see you do this on stream. That's because I didn't do it on stream. I was doing this work upstairs this weekend so that I could hang out with the family and the kids and Dallas could play Zelda and I could watch, because that's one of the things we really like doing together. So believe that it's already April. I also still am wrapping my head, or trying to wrap my head around just how crazy this month is going to be. Ooh. Actually, this whole year, potentially, so summer, I guess. Oh. Just about there. Got a few, these are the last of them. And then we might have to cut like a couple extra because I've shimmy and shook what's actually available, and a couple kind of ended up with misplaced twill somewhere. I don't know. The kids were messing around with the stuff upstairs, so I have a feeling it's hidden under the couch or something like that. It's a couple pieces of twill tape. I'm not too worried about it. So at least this part will be mostly done. Hi, please line up. Thank you. That's not that bad. Feels like it might be time to get this pinking shears sharpened again. Probably time to get them all sharpened again. Actually, that'll be after. He's really fast, so maybe next week sometime or something. I'm just thinking of when I don't need my shears as much over the next few weeks, and so it might be a May thing. Go 2 more, and then we will move back into the clipping of the bags. Now, if you're like, Katie, that does not look like 90 bags worth of like twill tape, but that's because it's not. Most of these bags already have their twill tape clipped to them, to be honest, because I did trim all of the lighter twill tape down into its various parts. These are just the twill tapes for the ones where it was like, okay, save yourself time of clipping like the twill tape to the bags, because you don't need to do that for the ones that are like obviously black twill tape. That means that there's still quite a bit of twill tape to trim down, but we will cross those bridges when we get to them. nice thing is I can just take 2 pieces. You don't have to trim them down. Just clip. Now if you're like, Katie, why didn't you just trim these down when you were upstairs? I don't know. I don't know why I didn't just do it while I was upstairs. I'm just like, I'll do this later. And now I'm like, why get past Katie? Past Katie's laughing. Not really. But I will remember to do that next time. That's for sure. Because I'm kind of hoping that it lines up that, like, well, we're definitely not going to. So I was like, I hope I can get all the kato done next week. We're not going to get all the kato done next week before the pop-up with Ancient Arts. I am going to be very selective of, like, because it's a Hanami, like, cherry blossom floral, like, flower event is kind of where the generic part of it that we're going towards. I'm going to focus a lot on the florals because, well, there's still a lot of florals. And because that will at least give me a little bit of direction with the kato, because otherwise we're just going to be in the cutting studio cutting all week. But, yeah, that's not going to fly. So I'm going to give myself Sunday and Monday to cut because they need, I should actually just write a list because it's like, first off, they're going to need, a lot of those are going to need to be cut down still. So they need to be cut into their things. So we'll select our florals, cut them down or whatever, use whatever's already done. And then they'll need to be canvas, pockets, and interfacing. Yay. Yeah. Okay, that one did not want to get used apparently. It's like in my drawer system over here, but oh, I see it. Yeah, what is it? Canvas, because we've got exteriors and we've got linings, and a good part of them are already cut down, but we're going to need to cut them down fully. And then we'll need to do canvas, pockets, interfacing. Ugh. So yeah, I'll be selective about what I get done there, and then we'll crank through. I don't know what we'll do after that, because like we've got 2 weeks before Peace Fibre Festival, which means maybe we'll do. I need to also restock on small box bags, and I guess we'll see what ends up happening at Shindig for stock 2. Oof. It's gonna be a lot, but that's okay. That's what we're here to do. The more I sell, the closer I get to go. Closer I am to getting to go back to Japan. There we go. So these are not complaints. They're just logistical wanderings of what actually needs to happen in the next few weeks. And then after Peace, we're going to cut a bunch of wallets and actually we're going to focus on obi and kimono wallets for the kimono event in May with the CJCA, which that makes sense. Although I have like that flip-flop one with the magnetic snap front, which I really like, but I really want to try the zip wallet like I have again as well, because personally, I like zip wallets. I'm still going to do both styles, but I'm like, yeah. But I think the zip wallet would be a good addition as well. Oh yeah, I wanted to do some kato for that event too, because the obi is like the perfect width for one of the sizes of kato. I can't remember which one, but that'll be easy enough once I actually look at the pattern. Okay. And the pile is growing behind the laptop, so that's good. We're almost through what I put zip pulls on this morning, which is awesome. Because I think that was about 20, so we're cranking along pretty good. If we have about 90 bags. And we're what, like an hour and 20 in, and that was with a small break. So, you know, we probably have about 3 more hours of work-ish. So I have a feeling what we'll end up being, so I'll put us around, so by like 1:30, 2 o'clock we should be done. So we should be able to do at least some of the end seams. And that was the goal, was to be able to get to the point of doing end seams today. Obviously, I'd love if we can finish end seams and also start boxing, but at least getting end seams done this afternoon before kids are home would be amazing, because then I can do a lot of the box cutting with them home, and then tonight on stream we can start sewing the box edges. Because as much as I went to bed last night, I will be on tonight. So Tuesdays are the transition day, so usually that's why I may or may not be on stream, but since we're leading up into shows, I will be on tonight. Unless, like I said, the curveball that I get thrown is like something I can't. Just can't. Okay, lined up. So if you're new or you didn't hear the explanation for what I'm doing right now, what I'm doing is I am, when I iron the bags for top stitching, I iron in a center line as well, and that's what I'm lining up with the zipper to make sure that the zipper is centered within the fabric. Lots of patterns will do will tell you measurements and stuff like that, but the thing is that basically I cut these are of my own, they're not of my own design, but they're of my own measurements, and so the way I cut them, basically it's just, they do vary a little bit, and so ironing the center line into them makes sure that each bag, no matter if they're slightly off of the intended measurements, all have their zipper centered. Now, if you have a pattern and it's exactly, like you've cut it out exactly, you can 100% just like follow the measurements for where it's supposed to go. But in this case, especially for production bags, for me, it's faster just to iron the line in. They typically also need an iron anyway, once they've been like turned once or twice, because it's fabric. It's not like it stays pristine. So all right, this one will need a set of tape. Well, I guess, you know what, we'll just work through the pile until we can't work through the pile anymore. It doesn't really matter. Still the non-fusible interfacing, which now that I am like used to or have been using the fusible interfacing so much, is kind of wild. All right, it's like loose and it still works. It's fine interfacing, but yeah, okay, I don't actually miss it as much as I thought I was going to. Well, that's good. Okay, now the other question is, I know that like I have broken some of these clips and stuff like that, but I'm like looking at the box and I'm like, where have all the clips gone? I do not understand. Apparently I need to like put some more in. The kids have probably pilfered some of them too, but not that many. If you're like, Katie, where did this fan fabric come from? It's one that didn't get finished for Knit City. I don't remember why. Maybe its handle wasn't finished or something like that. That feels correct. That zipper will get trimmed down when we are cutting the box edges. Excuse me. Go. 1 second. All right, there we go. Did not want to cough like that on camera, or at least on mic, because it would not have been fun for anyone involved. Okay, turtles that need to get done. Don't know why I'm lining up the interior so specifically when it's actually the exterior we're working with. Well, whatever. There we go. All right. Yeah, there. We need more clips. Probably like a half dozen or dozen down in the pile as well. So when I tidy that up to give scraps to my friend, there will be a number available to my disposal again. There we go. And like I was mentioning earlier in the stream as well, yes, this takes a very long time, but then it's prep work, right? Same as like having to do a gauge swatch and wash it and blah, blah, blah. But the next, like, it'll take a really long time to do this side, and then it'll be fine to sew them, and then it'll be really fast to sew the actual like interior seams. So that at least as a silver lining for all this prep work. And it's actually not something I can avoid, because like if I tried to just basically raw dog this and not clip or pin or do anything, these would not turn out well at all. So I've tried even clipping and pinning them. Sometimes it's still like, what happened? How did that happen? Okay, apparently this one did not get a very good iron, or didn't get ironed at all. Who knows? Might have been one of the ones I still had to fix. So we're just gonna. Okay, the interior is fine. Here, basically, so in the cases where it got missed or like we had stuff we still had to do, what I do is I just do a quick press here. Basically, finger pressing it will work as well. Just again, this is slower and the iron line is a lot more accurate. So, but that's still better than not having any guidance on it at all. Do it up here like this. There we go, and we'll flip it. Flip, fold, then, ooh, that's trim back the seam allowance or the seam here just a tick on the zipper because that is really tight on the seam allowance. There we go. Yes, now there's enough. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see how many we actually have left here, just so I don't go absolutely insane. 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't know why I didn't put these on the cart in the way that, because you know that I'm going to count them this way. So I should just start putting them in piles of 5. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25. Eek. So everything tries to slide off my lap, of course. Everything's folded up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, what the heck? Okay. 5. Oh, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what is that, 35-ish? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's about. So we got 5, 10. Oh, there's too many. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, 55. 60. So 65-ish. Sweet. Okay. That just gives me a better idea. I know that like I can watch the pile go down, but having an actual count is way nicer. Okay, so 35, 65-ish. All right. Here is, so for these ones that already have the stuff clipped to them, what I'm going to do is going to set them aside. Yes, and then we're going to use this pile, and then we will pull from that pile. That's what we're going to do. Like, because I'm still going to have to cut them, but I can just pull from the pile we've already cut, and then we can cut the black ones again later. As I said, the like natural color, vanilla color, whatever you want to call it, color, off-white, have mostly been trimmed down, so it's not as big a deal. What I should have been doing is actually setting aside the ones that are vanilla and then just lined up all the ones that are black, but well, whatever. Can still do that as we're like working through everything. Now, the lines on these ones with the dauby texture is typically a little bit harder to see, so we'll see what happens here. That's not the case with this one. That's good. Okay, go. Around. Still windy outside. Lovely. Alright, so in this case, this is one of the ones that has like the white, so we're just going to go in and clip it actually. We won't set them aside because they're already prepped, so we may as well work with it. And that is why I was clipping the twill tape to the ones, to all of them, was because I was like, oh, well, that'll mark out whether it has like the off-white or if it has the black twill tape. Then I realized I don't need to actually, like I just need to do it with one set of bags. I don't need to do it with the other set. So that's why we ended up having a big pile of black ones, because like as long as I mark out the one that's different, it doesn't matter. And there are fewer of the white pull tabs, so it made more sense to clip them, especially since they're already like cut. So, and now it doesn't matter because it's all the same end treatment. Everything gets sewn with white thread. This is the last like arbitrary division of the bags. Like, obviously, black top stitching looks better on black bags, and that's fine. And obviously, black ribbon is going to look better with some bags than than off-white or vice versa. But now, it doesn't matter, because we have done all the work to ensure that the decisions that I made previously have been retained. There we go. That's what I was going for. Now it doesn't matter because now we're clipping everything in. There is no more decision making to be done. That's what it is. It's not arbitrary decisions. The decisions have been made and kept. Instead of me going, which lining goes with this one? Like I do with the Gato. Because my tired brain can't keep track some days. And at this point, if it doesn't have a vanilla twill tape clipped to it, I'm going to assume it's supposed to be black. Unless there's some strong indication otherwise, which there could be. This like retro cafe one is very like summer. I'm super excited about it. Alright, so apparently these bags got a little bit involved with a dusty spot. So we're just going to brush it off. Good, okay. Which is another drawback to have worked with them outside, apparently. So we'll do our best to make sure that that doesn't show on the outside of the bag or on the interior. Good reminder just to pull them out on the cart. I think it did get a couple of the interiors a little bit more than it probably should. But here's the thing, they're meant to be used. So we're just making sure that they're durable enough to begin with. Alright. In. Clip. That is off, but we will make sure that it's lined up when I actually go to sew it. That's the important one. And actually what I'll do for the ones that I saw that had a bit more dust on them is I will go grab a wet, or a damp, not wet, but a damp paper towel. I'll just kind of try to clean it off a little bit better. Nope, that is nowhere near where it's supposed to be in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Come here. We will have a fight. And why aren't you clipped at the bottom anyway? Okay. Fisticuffs. I'm ready for fisticuffs. Okay. This is aligned at the top. Right there. We'll try to center it as best we can. Clip this on top so that all the layers are caught. I did not catch the bottom layer down here, so that is useless. There. Okay. There. Now I got it. Sweet. Okay. Bunnies. Bunnies. I was like, what's that noise behind me? But the cat's still there. He's just like, woke. He's doing the sleep cycle shuffle. Oh my goodness. Okay. Bunnies. Little cute bunnies. I don't know how you'd finish that. Who has a cute bunny world? It's a bunny world. Well, it's not really a bunny world in our house. Very appropriate for this weekend. Well, I guess it would have been better for Easter weekend, but you know what? Close enough. These are very nice little delicate illustrated like house bunnies as well, so at least, I don't know, they're what I would consider house bunnies. considering that most of what we have around here are like jackrabbits and hares, so they are not delicate little woodland bunnies. They're large beasties. And actually, there's not even that many of them around even in Cochrane, so I don't know. Okay, so those ones are actually matched. This one looks like it actually matches that one. I don't know what pile this one came off of. Those are a close enough match. There we go. Okay, go. Flip and clip. So I clip back the interior because that'll keep it out of the way when I'm actually sewing, and that's why it takes longer to do this, is because it's like, I gotta, again, prep work. All the prep work. The actual sewing part of this whole process does not take that long. It's all the other stuff. Pop, so I'm going to mute my mic one moment. Sweet, this is one that we didn't clip anything to, so we're good to go. And we're also down to that approximately 60 bags. So, as much as I say this is taking a while, it's like actually it doesn't take that long when you're just concentrated on getting everything clipped in. Actually, I guess the last one that we need to do that is a little bit of a separation is we will need to separate out the cotton and cotton linen. That's something that I can do. I just realized instead of like sewing the tag in to the box edges, what I should be doing likely is sewing it into the actual interior lines. Would that work? Only one way to find out. We'll test it with the next one since I'm like already got this one clipped and the interior like all bunched up. So okay, that is aligned. Pop on, flip. Go. Strawberries. Okay, go. There and there, we're good. Flip. Okay, so yeah, so like if we're, let me plot this out and see. I have my big bag templates. There is the large box bag. Okay, so this would be the actual wedge that we're cutting, and then this would be the tag. So would that be too close to the zipper? No, I feel like that would work, right? So you would basically end up with a tag instead of like in the box edge. I feel like that would look really good. I guess the only way to find out is to actually finish one and then finish one that way and then see what it looks like before I commit to either direction. So I'll need to could just say screw it right now and do it right now with the strawberry bag. We definitely want the strawberry bag done, so let's do it. Swap out the thread. If you're like, Katie, you're supposed to not be task switching. Yeah, whatever. Run. Sometimes you also gotta run with ideas. And if I don't do it now, then I'm gonna forget about it when I actually go to put in the freaking tags. But that would actually in some ways make it faster, because it wouldn't have to, yeah, I think. Well, it wouldn't make it slower. Still have to put the tag in anyway, no matter what I do. So, and actually we're just going to leave the black thread in. Normally I would sew this with white, but it's like whatever. It's a dark bag. And it's got a dark lining too. We just won't close the seam with black thread. I guess turning the machine on might be a good idea though. Pop those over there so that I can cut the twill right. I don't know why I backstitch that. We don't need to backstitch it. We need to backstitch over the zipper. Okay, good. And it's almost down to the right stitch length. My youngest was over here messing around with my settings yesterday, and I just realized that I might need to change some stuff back. Actually, what I was mostly concerned about is that I was still on top stitch length, which is not strong enough for actual, like, bag seams. And there goes the pile of bags. See you later, bags. Okay, so we would do this, and then we would flip it. This just gets folded back. Put it on the closed end seam. Okay, so the one drawback I see here is that I would be guessing based on the actual wedge. So the benefit there would be that I wouldn't need to, like, just leaving it where it is. So there's that. And I don't want it, like, right on the zipper because that doesn't feel right. But, like, it's not the worst idea I've had. And realistically, I could just do that. Oh, but then... Okay, so it needs to be here. Let's say, yeah. Because what I was just thinking of is that, like, when I actually go to cut the wedge, or the box edge, you don't want it, like, cutting into the tag as well. So that is nearly on the zipper. Well, let's just see. Whatever. Experimentation. Plus, who doesn't want to see this strawberry bag done right now? Anyway, what I was thinking is that the other thing is that the top stitching to actually get that in there and held might mess stuff up, but I don't know. Okay. Finish this end as well, and then we'll trim it, and then we'll, or no. This side, don't need to go all the way to the end because we're not chain piecing. And then we're going to do our double stitch so that there's no hole in between the interior and exterior, because that is very important. You don't want to be losing, like, stitch markers in there and stuff. And then flip and do the same. Like that. Good. And then we just double check to make sure that it has actually caught the interior. Okay, sorry. There we go. I don't know why I was, like, pointing it towards the laptop. Also, this little dot that is actually on my phone camera is super annoying, and part of the reason why I need to go get the phone fixed before we're out of Apple Care. I don't know why it's happening, but I do apologize that it's there. It's only like when the phone is like, I need to be in macro. And it's like, why are you in macro? You don't need to be in macro. Aries racing markers are your friends for this. Now, a lot of times I will just line up the interior and exterior, but we're not going to do that today because I don't feel like doing it today. So rest assured, strawberries will for sure be coming to Fibre Shindig because we're going to finish it in the next 10 minutes. Well, except for the closing scene. Closing scenes will happen Friday for whatever I get done. Because that's how we roll around here. Very last minute. I just got to decide when I'm actually packing the truck on Friday because it's like, do I pack the truck just after I get home from the kids? No, I pack the truck when the kids are home because then I can pop them in their seats in the truck and they can chill with their devices, i.e. iPads, and have some TV time. If I'm really, 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 really smart, what I'll do is I will feed them Pizza Pops again. Pick them up in the truck, and then I don't even have to unload them from their seats. It's not like it's because it's a 10x10 booth and I'm doing a shelf setup and the table's already provided. There's not much to load, so there's that too. And then stock can be done, loaded up once they're home, sort of thing. Granted, I could load the truck any point a day, but given how much sewing we're likely to still have to do, doing a task that I can do with the kids around while the kids are around makes way more sense. And I don't really want to be going to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning on Saturday because setup starts at 7, so that means that I got to be leaving Cochrane around 6 at the earliest. So, or latest, I guess. So what am I going to do? So it's a 10x10 booth, and grid wall panels are 2 feet wide. And the shelf that I borrowed, I actually have to look at the measurements of the shelf that I borrowed. I think it's 4 feet. Or 30, it's either 4 feet or 36 inches. I'm not 100% sure. So one side will be the table and the banner, basically, because it's a stand banner, so that's 10 feet. And then, basically, I'm going to do a big U of stuff. Then I think we'll put the shelf on, where are we going to put the shelf? We're going to put the shelf... I think the shelf should kind of be like a fronting piece. Yeah. So it'll kind of go it'll be a little bit angled and in. So you kind of lead into the booth or point into the booth, but the point of the shelf is that it's going to hold the Kato bags. And I do want them out front because I think they'll be, well, they've been super popular before, so I think they'll continue to be super popular here. This is a guess. Who knows? And then grid wall for the rest of it, basically. So how much grid wall do I need to take? Yeah, because the floor stand will be where I put stuff. No, not a floor stand. I'm going to take a table stand for a lot of the stuff that I would normally put in a floor stand, like the eyeglass cases and stuff, because there's not as many of those. That's also where the planner pouches go. I probably should sketch it out on a piece of paper, but you know what? Whatever. The thing is that I get into these spaces and as much as you can plan, it's always going to be slightly different from what you think. And it also is dependent on who is your booth mate. So this event does not have pipe and drape. So which actually is another proponent for having some grid wall across the back. Anyway, but yeah, there's no like pipe and drape between booths and stuff like that. So that also changes like what kind of your sight lines and things like that as a vendor, as a customer as well. I prefer having pipe and drape because you create like a little bit more of your own booth space. But I almost find out if my father-in-law could come and help me set up, because he helped me set up for the market in Cochrane in November, and holy crap is he fast. Why I was thinking that is I should almost, now that I said that there is no grid wall, I should almost take the tent and like define my space with the tent. But it's also really hot to stand under like all day. Just looking for the strawberry handle because we're going to actually finish this bag before we turn it. Because there's no point in turning it and then like having to turn it back out to just add the handle in. Like, may as well finish it. Okay. Strawberries. This is going to be such a cute bag. If you're just joining and you're like, Katie, what are you doing? I'm actually finishing a bag because we may or may not be moving the tag position. And what better time to like do some experimentation than while I'm in full like show prep panic. I'm not panicking. I've been doing shows for so long now. It's like, okay, never mind. It's not that I don't ever panic. It's just that it's like panic doesn't really get you anywhere. So it's all I really can do is put my head down and sew and hope for the best. Like with a lot of effort, obviously. It's not luck, it's just work. There's some luck to it too these days, but there always has been. But the sewing part of it is not by luck. Go. Okay, and I've finished that edge, so now we can just do the turning, and we'll see how this looks with the new placement of the tag. Right, when I'm doing the majority of turning, I need to take that ring off because it's a really cute little ring. I got it down at Disney when we were down there for like a yay, I finished the marathon thing. But it's two separate Mickey heads, and one Mickey head's already caught and like snapped the weld. Should have actually chatted with them while I was down there to get a replacement probably, but it is really bad for getting caught on stuff. It just got caught as I was trying to turn this. So, ooh, actually I think this is also the new interfacing. No, it's old interfacing. Never mind, I lie. All right, so there is what we're working towards in general. Now, what do we think of the new tag placement? I like it. I think that works. I do need to turn it because I don't want it showing like it. I don't want it showing just cotton. I would prefer it showing the logo. So it does need to be like turned the other way. But I think that's fine. It's more obvious, which is kind of nice too. This could have used a bit more. We're going to throw this underneath and do a little bit more top stitching right there. Apparently, we were a little bit overzealous with how far away we were with our stuff. There we go. That'll help. Close everything up a little bit. Anyway, I think that it will be the new placement for the tags, which in some ways will be nice because it'll mean that they're put in, and I can still put them in the wedge if I forget. So that's the nice thing. Okay. Good. And there is that one already done. And so this will be for sure with me at Shindig. Super cute. And these new handles are like such a good size too. They're actually better balanced to the size of the bag I'm finding. So that's nice. All right, let's pop it back there. I do still need to do the turning or the finishing seam, but that is something we'll worry about when we actually go to do finishing seams. We are not going to worry about that today. So we don't even really have to worry about the tags right now, but I did want to see if moving the tag, oh, I should have waited one and done it on this dragonfly, because the dragonfly is the new interfacing. It would have been good to see how it actually went. I like how I went completely gung-ho with the new interfacing, and I don't even really know how it's going to work in the bags. It'll be fine, but you know, it's still interfacing, but my goodness, it's not like I haven't been doing this for like almost 12 years or anything like that, you know. All right, now the question is going to be, actually, well, if I was like, if I run out of clips, then I'll stop. But no, I just realized, I'm like, you can still pin it, Katie. You still have a literal ton of pins. Although if I do run out of clips today, I will order some more clips, because this is not the only time when we're going to have a mass amount of bags this summer. Or show season. It's not even summer yet. It's barely spring. And the way the weather is acting, it does not feel like spring at all. Yay! That is sarcasm. The yay part, at least. The whole doesn't even feel like spring is too true. Hey, this one's already been clipped. Sweet. It gets to keep its... stay with the bag. What is going on? Zip, zip. Okay. Ding. Alright. Already 11:30. My goodness. Okay. What did I say? That I was thinking I was probably going to be down around 1:32. I guess we're still pretty on track for that, at least. With a lunch break. So, actually, I'm going to say between 2 and 2:30. So, I'll probably get the majority of... Well, we'll definitely get all the stuff clipped in before I have to go pick up the kids. And then, there's some of that dust. There. Yeah, we'll definitely get everything clipped in. Actually, not just before kids, but before I go for my run. And we'll probably get a good number of the actual seams. If not... Okay, I'm going to say we're going to get a quarter of the seams done. Basically, we'll get one side of all the bags sewn before I have to go get the kids. And then once they're in bed tonight, the next stream will be sewing the other 3 seams. And if they haven't woken up, I will start boxing the bags. Yeah, that all sounds good. And then box the bags, and then we'll continue boxing bags tomorrow, and then sew all the seams tomorrow night, hopefully, or at least a good half of them. And then Friday, finish all those seams and do all the turning. I think we got it. I think we might actually finish these. Which I will be impressed if we do. I will still be impressed, no matter what, but the fact that we've been able to sit down and do this big a turnaround is impressive nonetheless. Or that we even have like a hint of being able to complete the number that I have cut out. So, because here's the blunt truth. I was overambitious in how much I cut. That's for damn sure. So, But hey, I don't think anyone else at Shindig makes... I know there's quite a few bag makers, but I don't think anyone else at Shindig makes box bags. So there's that too. I was like, I might start listening to my book because I don't have any stories to tell. And instead I've just been rambling on. Oh, I got a Facebook notification. So my niece and I, basically we traded labor for flights to Japan. So she worked for me over the summer for for a flight to Japan. And I just got the Facebook notification that we were on our way to Japan 6 years ago. And I'm like, man, that's a really good time to be in Japan. And right now, actually, I was seeing the cherry blossom forecast was saying that Tokyo wasn't supposed to have full bloom until this week. So today, April 4th. Well, today there. Because what time is it there now? It's 2:30 in the morning there. Tomorrow. And so it's wow, that's really late. Because we saw, when we were there, we were lucky to still see the double sakura. So, but it also lined up that, yeah, she would have still been in high school, so that makes sense that she would have been on spring break right now. Because it's spring break here. And hey, it lined up nicely because then it was cheaper flights too, because it's April, so you don't assume that cherry blossoms are going to be blooming in April. Because most of the time they aren't. Okay, there we go. Go. Alright, so we're doing exterior sew together. I will divide them into the cotton and cotton linen piles. And then we'll trim, or we'll get tags cut, and then we'll do the interior seams. Yes, that sounds right. Would be really, 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 really nice if I could actually get through 2 interior seams before I have to leave for the day. We'll see what happens. Still cranking along pretty good, all things considered. We'll head up in half an hour for a proper lunch. I know I just had a snack, but a mental break and a snack and probably a coffee because caffeination. And then I will be back down around 12:30. I got croissants from Costco again, and they are delicious. If you have access to Costco, buy their croissants because they're amazing. So I think I'm going to heat up a can of chili and have a croissant and chili. Because right now, yeah, that sounds good. I was my stomach is still questioning whether it wants to be nauseous or not, but that didn't make my stomach flip, so we'll take that as a good sign. I don't know why, but when I was pregnant with our first, I got medicated very well, which meant I took diclexin for morning sickness, because basically they're please don't throw up, because you're on insulin, and it wreaks havoc with that. So both pregnancies I only threw up once, which is good because that is my least favorite activity ever. I would, yeah. I was like, I would, I was thinking of the brash promises I would make to never have to throw up again. And I'm like, I don't know if I would go quite that far. So we won't say that. But, that does not mean that I wasn't still nauseous, especially with the first. It was bad because it was like your body, like my body didn't know what it was doing. It was like, oh, what is going on? So when I found out I was pregnant right before we went out to Knit City in 2019. And so it was all very new still. And I was like, I am craving omelet. And we had to go for breakfast. No big deal. I want to go to our lunch. We're going to go. We went down to Slow Can Diner because I'm like, hey, I always hear really good things about this diner. And like, I want an omelet before we go set up. I got to the restaurant, read the omelet description on the menu, and my stomach went, hell no, you do not want an omelet. And it's like, all right then. I think I ended up eating chicken and waffles or something like that, which was fine apparently. But like, from then on, I've like checked in when my stomach hasn't been feeling good, and it's like, okay, if it doesn't make a flip and like ugh noise basically mentally, obviously, since my stomach can't talk too much, it's like, all right, we can proceed with that. So that's why I was like, wait, chili may not be a good idea, but my stomach didn't revolt, so I think we're good. Although, like I said, it's still like, hey, you. The kiddos did have a stomach bug last week. We're a mess right now. And I thought I was over it, but maybe I'm not completely. I can't tell anymore. There we go. One of the things I really enjoyed about the 2 years where we weren't seeing a lot of people in some ways. It sucked, but it also meant I didn't get sick. The glory days. So like the one silver lining in that. So here's hoping that like the rest of it clears up for Saturday, because that puts a damper on things. Definitely masking still, because it's also like I don't know what the kids will bring home because they're at school today and Friday. So it's like, all right, masking anyway, even if I'm not sick, just because, yeah. Well, someone referred to them as germ goblins because I had to email them and be like, I'm really sorry. I said I was going to work on this week and it just has not happened. They're like, yep, my germ goblins brought stuff back. I'm like, yeah, that's a good description. I swear ours is just like I've mentioned before, the bug of the week roulette, and that's whether you get it or not. So I'm looking forward to summer where there's less germ goblining. I think they get outside a crap ton more in the summertime than they do in the winter. Well, obviously than in the wintertime. But I think they basically just live outside in the summertime. So it's pretty awesome. Unless it's like absolutely miserable outside. Alright. I did those careful counts and I don't even know where we are. I know we're somewhere. We're cranking along. It'll all get done eventually. If it doesn't get done for this Saturday, it'll get done for... Oh my goodness. Okay, so the phone is still on. It didn't die today, at least. It is communicating, so I don't know what happened there. All right. Anyway, I was about to say, if they don't get done this week, then they'll get done for Ancient Arts. But no, we are going to switch our focus onto the Kato. So they'll get done. If they don't get done for this Saturday, they'll get done for Knit City. Because that is the timeline. It's ridiculous. Good thing I don't have any shows between like April. Well, I do. Never mind. Between like May and August. And I guess I don't know how to do it yet, because I'm going to have to prep some different stuff for Omatsuri versus like Knit City. There's a lot of stock overlap, but I will want a few things specific for Omatsuri, so I guess we're going to have to like alternate what we're prepping. I don't know how to do that, what I'll do, or how I'll do that yet. We'll figure it out. I guess the other thing is that I don't even know if I've been accepted to Omatsuri. This is all working on the assumption that I am a vendor there this year. So I'm going to assume I am. But, you know, things could change. Don't take it for granted. I am on the wait list for OdaFest, but I do feel like that is the one I am not getting off of. It also feels like one of those events that once you're in, you don't want to miss. So, we'll see what happens. It does ease up May, though, which is nice. If I don't get in, and the other thing is if I get in last minute, well, we'll just deal with what we have. And hopefully have, like, a couple weeks warning so that I can get a few specific, like, obi and kimono things done. And then hope for the best next year. Actually, it does mean basically, I've never actually been to OdaFest. It's been going for quite a while, but the thing about it is that by the time that I was actually able to kind of even think about going to it, it was May long weekend, and I would always be out of school, so back home and working the information center job because tour season starts in Radium and at May long, so there was just no real opportunity. And then they've shuffled the dates around a few times. I think they finally settled on like dates that they're going to stay on, but it's just stuff happens, things don't happen. Would be nice to go just as an attendee and not have to worry about like vending, because there's something to be said about that too. Right, there we go. Flip. Zippy zip. Pipe cats, taco cats, whatever you want. Fruit taco cats, whatever you want to refer to them as. They're like fruit tacos, I think. I would assume that they're crepes just because of my experience in Japan, but they really do look like taco cats, and that would make more sense with the palindrome as well, where it's like if you spell it, you can spell taco cat front or back, and it's the same word. Why palindrome doesn't do the same thing, I don't know. It's kind of annoying. It's still very windy here. I think I'm running inside today, which sucks because now it's like, well, this was the opportunity to run outside. Oh well. Alright, that one. Okay. I missed a couple of the navy zippers that should have been actually swapped out for longer ones. So I'm just looking at it like, okay, be very careful that you don't run over the metal stop. Because that is a surefire way to potentially damage your eyes and definitely break your needle. this one to be finished because it's going to be gorgeous. There, and flip. Make sure that this is like actually good. And this is good. Foldy, 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 foldy. Is it? Oh yeah, that looks better. Okay. Do. My youngest came up to me the other day because we were in the throes of potty training and there had been a fairly large accident. And I had sat down in the chair in the room and I was sighed. And they're like, Mama, you sighed. It's like, yes, I did. Yes, I did, buddy. It's insane sometimes what they pick up on. It wasn't even like... It wasn't in frustration or anything. It's just one of those things of like, okay. Take a deep breath, sigh it out, move on to the next thing, whatever it is. Maybe a little bit of irritation. The reset sigh. That's what it is. It's not literally anything. It's the reset sigh. That's... Okay. Flip. Sloss and lemons are going to be cute. Actually, yeah, we're going to try and get as far as we can today and tomorrow. Because the more bags I have finished for Friday, the more tagging I could do on Friday. I'm not allowed to cut more bags on Friday if I'm finished sewing. Although in the lunch break, I'm going to pull those Kato and we're going to take a look at them and see. I think all that needs to be done is I need to just tear the seam, like rip the seam out over top of the webbing and shimmy it around to get it into the right spot again. Basically, it moved when I was sewing it. And so they're not in the right spot anymore. They need to be, what is it, like, I think some of them are like too close to the top. That's basically what it is. So it's just, it doesn't look good and it would make for an uneven bag when it's like hanging on the body if you use them. Most people that have bought the bags don't necessarily use them. Oh, shoot. I need to find the webbing straps for those. I think they're in that bin that I'm looking at right now with the Obi bags. Yes, I think they're in there. Anyways, what I was saying is that I don't think most people use them with a strap, but on the occasions that people do want a strap for them, the D-rings need to be in the right position. Because otherwise it'd be like lopsided, and that's just not comfortable, not cool. It makes everything roll around in the bag. It doesn't look good. There's multiple reasons why we need to adjust them. I need to adjust them. I can't blame anyone for that mess up. Pile in front of me, is much better than the pile beside me. Especially considering that there's a bunch on the floor, which I will also pick up when I get up next. Ding. Oh boy. I think what this show season is done, I'm going to take a very, very long week off. Which means I will take a week off and nap. That's what I want to do at the end of the show season. I feel like Katie, does show season ever really end? And it's like, no, not really. Or at least I shouldn't let it end. I should just be prepping like I have shows. But that's never how it works. So that's okay. Actually, once show season ends, I need to start that list of like the to-do things that I keep mentioning and do them. That's what I should do. After the nap. We can still have a week worth of naps. Because this year, once show season finishes, I also want to finish the stockings. I think I'm on the last one, actually. So, that'll be good. Alright, so about 15 more minutes, and then I'm going to go on lunch break. Or if I hit kind of like a natural stopping point, but we're not going to get through however many bags are still here, which it looks like there's probably about 40 at least left. So we're not going to have a natural stopping point beyond me just being like, okay, it's lunchtime. And that won't be a stop point, it'll be a pause. These bunnies on this navy with the sakura is spectacular. I'm just like, even looking at it from the back, it's like absolutely gorgeous. It's going to be even better once it's actually into the bag shape. Still, like, and I've mentioned this before, and I will probably keep mentioning it, but it's like, it's amazing taking something that's like spectacular in the bolt, so very flat and like 2D, and then it being like 3D and being even better. Like there's so much magic in it. It's the same as like knitting and crochet. All the sculptural fiber arts and non-sculptural fiber arts of being able to like create these things from whatever. Phone, why do you keep... Okay, that one was an actual legit... What is going on? Technology. There. Anyway, yeah, being able to take like all these flat things or like a round thing and make another thing out of it or whatever, or turn like a sheep's coat into what we use, like it's all insanely magical. But since I'm talking about sewing specifically today, I am always it's insane to me just how well sometimes these turn out, even though you know it's going to. That's the other part of it. It's like, it's not like we don't know that it's going to turn out gorgeous, but then it does, and it's like, what? In some ways. When did that happen? How did that happen? That's probably the better question. We know the steps, we know how it happens. It's just like, how? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. Show season into nap season. Oh, I need more clips. There's a bunch of stuff in here and that does not need to be in here. Yeah, see, that is not actually a lot of clips left. I know where some of them are, but I do not know where the remainder of them are, outside of like what's actually in the bags already. So there's a couple options. I could pin, or I could like sew and then we could finish the clipping, because I don't think this is, if there's 40 bags left and we're using a minimum of 4 per bag, that's not 160 clips. Or I can pin, but pins make me bleed. So I'm leaning more towards we should do some sewing, reclaim the clips, and then yeah, I think we'll sew some, reclaim the clips, and then clip the remainder of the bags. Mostly because I also want to sew today. I know we'll get there anyway, but you know. So maybe what we'll do, we'll keep clipping until lunchtime. Then I'll come back down after lunch, we'll sew up some bags, and then we'll finish the clipping. Yeah. Let's do it that way. Then it satisfies my urge to sew while also reclaiming the clips we'll use. Yeah. Why are you corroded? Okay. Do not want that on the fabric, because that can actually damage the fabric. There we go. Good. Flip. I'm going to close this up a little bit more, just so it's a little bit easier to sew over that gap later. Excuse me. Could also just keep clipping until we run out of clips actually after lunch. Maybe we'll do that, because who knows, maybe it'll probably stretch for way further than I think it will, but guess we'll find out. There we go, like that, and then we'll flip it. Now granted, we will do a proper like actual alignment of the interior to the zipper when we actually go to sew it, blah blah blah, but for now it's still not a bad idea to line them both up. Creates a little bit less warping on the exterior fabric and all of that. Excuse me. Alright, almost to the end of these pre-cut black, so that's fun. go. Excuse me. Apparently the frog decided to jump back in my throat. Okay. Flip. Fold. Alrighty, so we have a few of them here. Okay, that one looks like it's probably the closest, to be honest. Yep. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. They're stuck. So apparently, my pinking shears can't cut through 3 layers. Alright. I think it might be time to invest in a better pair of cutting shears. Because granted, these are pinking shears, because they are technically the cheapest ones I could get at Walmart. Like, years and years and years and years and years and years and years ago. They're probably almost a decade old. Now, that's not very long for sewing shears of a good quality, but granted, I've only been using them for the past 2 years, and they have past few years at least, and they've consistently jammed up like that, so who knows. Still keep them around as like backup pairs. That's the thing. Alright, we're going to do this one, and then I'm going to go up and have lunch. Lunch. We'll decide how I want to go about getting more clips. I think we'll finish clipping the bags that we can with the current clips, and then we'll sew, and then we'll go and clip more bags. I don't want to be poked with pins today, so we will not use pins, because I know that at least once or twice or 3 times or more I will get pinned. Right, that is a good place to call it for lunchtime. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we got about 40, just over 40 bags left, 44 bags left. So that's what we'll work on once I get back from lunch. I will be back around 12:30, and we'll chat with you then. I'm just going to put on to like BRB, so All right, I am back. I'm just getting the phone set up here so that we can continue on doing our thing. All right. Oh, now I've got the lunch sleep mode. Just let me sleep. Okay. Show on stream. Turn on the over or the side light here. Wrong direction, Katie. There we go. Sweet. So I didn't actually even think about what we were going to do and how we were going to do it, but I think we're gonna finish up the rest of these clips, and then we will sew and reclaim the clips, and then blah blah blah. Then profit. Step 1, clip everything in. Step 2, sew the things. Step 3, I don't know. Step 4, profit. I've seen that comic. I don't know who wrote it. It's just like this thing that is in my head from being, yeah. It's gnomes though. That's all I know. Oh man. Should have had the lunchtime nap though, apparently. Holy crap. Okay. I even slept really well last night. I even went to bed at a decent hour. Why is it never enough? And there's definitely a storm rolling over the mountains right now. You can see it like creeping up on us. Alright, flippy flip. Get this in here. Totally forgot that I said I was going to pull out those kato and take a look at them, so we will do that later. Next time I get up for a stretch or wash them or something like that, I will grab them. Yes, I do know where they are. I'm like, I think I know where they are, but yes, I do know where they are. I do not want to update my software. The laptop keeps going, hey, there's a software update. Alright, there we go. 1, 2. Like I've fairly diligently counted them on the one end, And then on this side, when I'm just like piling them up behind the sewing machine, it's like, yeah, whatever. We'll get done what we get done, I know, but still. Do you know that my record for new, pieces before a show was for Knit City, I think 2019 actually. It's either 2018 or 2019. It was 450 new pieces. Now that was like all different sizes and shapes and all of that. But it was an insane number. Although, like I said, I'm really proud of like whatever we get done with this, because this is a lot of large box bags. Overcommitted, and we'll get it done. And I am impressed with any number that we get done for Fibre Shindig, considering how much time I've kind of had for turnaround on it, so, or given myself, I guess. Those bunny with Sakura again, and they're on this aqua, and I can't decide if I like them on the aqua or the navy better, so we're just gonna go with I love them both. Went for the cat fabrics to Japan, stayed for all the other ones. I was actually looking, I'm like, what kind of jobs are there actually to do in Japan? I don't know. Don't know if I want to live. Well, okay. If Dallas ever had an opportunity to go work overseas like his dad did, 100%. The issue with like me deciding to go work in Japan is that Dallas's job would still be here, and he would still be on a week on, week off. I don't know. I don't know. It'd definitely be different. And it's kind of funny because it's like when I came back from exchange, part of the exchange was to figure out if I actually wanted to go back over and live there and do like teaching English in Japan or whatever. But I decided against that because, well, it was 15 years ago. Dallas and I were still, we were very much in a relationship too at that point. So it was like I had stuff here to return to, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't, don't know why I specifically didn't do it, but it just wasn't in the cards then. And now I'm like, how can I get back to work in Japan? If I had an opportunity. But I still don't know if I would want to, I guess. As much as Canada has its issues, and it definitely does, Japan definitely has their own political issues. It's not like leaving Canada would just instantly solve any of the issues I have here. It would feel really good to run away from it for a bit, though. And that's what I think I'm looking for, but it's like there is no escaping it either right now. So I don't know. And as much as Canada has its issues, Japan is not as progressive as a lot of other places, like for women's, just family care and stuff like that. Civil rights. There we go. That's the word for it. Civil rights movements. Has it gotten better? 100%. It's always something that I can keep in the back of my head. If Dallas was working like a 2 and 2 shift, 100%. I would be looking for something. But yeah, the 1-on-1 is kind of brutal. Coffee. So I was talking about how I need to, like, of course, and I still need to reduce my time though for the marathon in Kyoto, but I was seeing actually that the proof of time for Disney's marathons now are also 5 hours. So I don't know what they were before, if that's changed or whatever, but the proof of time for the half just bumped up from like 2:15 to 2.5 hours, which is like, it's a very good goal to have. Right now I'm running, or at least when I ran in Fernie, I did a 3:20. When I ran the Disney Marathon, I had a 3:10, which, well, it's going to be training in part, and then the other part of that is that sea level. But that is another, like, really good indicator that I need to get both of those to the goal times that I want. And this is because then we can get seeded into corrals that, like, match our speed, and so that we have more time on the course to be able to do the things, because the goal for the next, like, challenge is that we'll be able to run in between and meet every character. So, especially because the next challenge we want to do is the fairy tale challenge, which means it's going to be a lot of princes and princesses and stuff like that. Dallas is training to run his, like, actual timed marathon, and because of course he ran with me for Disney, and my pace is definitely not his pace. So he's like, what do I do? It was actually really cool because the 5K he just did on St. Patty's Day weekend, so like just over 2.5 weeks ago. There was actually a woman in front of him that he said he was behind the whole time, and she'd just done Tokyo. So it was interesting seeing her come in versus him, because she was like, they were like within seconds of each other. And Dallas's push for this one was to get like a PB time. I think he was, I don't remember what it was. It was a very good time. But it was very interesting seeing how she looked coming in, because he was gassed. He was done. Like, he's like, I couldn't have done another kilometer at that speed. Where she came in looking very, like, leisurely and, like, enjoying herself and all of that. Anyway, we were able to actually look her up on her results up on the marathon site, because of course her name's on the bib, and extrapolate a little bit out of how she was able to, like, strategize her Tokyo run versus, like, this 5K. Also, geez, she was, like, in Tokyo 2 weeks before this race, and then this must have been, like, one of her first races back in Canada, probably, or first runs maybe even in Canada since she had returned. Well, it was definitely because a lot of people were chatting up about, like, it had been the first time that they had seen her and stuff, obviously. That's how I found out she had run in Tokyo, because she got asked about it right beside me. And being the slightly nosy person that I am, my ears perked up. Maybe not even slightly. Being the nosy person I am. Gonna move this phone camera down a little bit just so you can see the desk a bit better, since that's what we're focusing on for this work right now. Although apparently the phone is still having issues with, like, lag today. So I don't know what's up with that. And now it's fine. I don't get it. I don't get it. Alright. Excuse me. Yeah, it looks like I'm running inside today, though, because it is still really windy, and it's coming out of the north, of course, too, so it's like, ugh. It's going to be cold breeze, and I am, like, as much as I do not like running on the treadmill, I'm also very much, like, fair weather runner, so I don't want to run in a headwind today, thank you very much. Okay, so clipping the, like, twill to the bags has worked very well for keeping this, like, a nice, smooth experience. Could I've clipped them today? Yes, but honestly, I think that worked out way better doing it upstairs. Or just as well doing it upstairs. It does look like I'm heading into the dustier bag, so I will get up and get a damp paper towel here. Get them cleaned up a little bit more. This one is so cute. Sorry, I'm looking, like, at the base here. Might need to make myself one out of this fabric. Like I said, I don't actually have a large box bag that isn't like a prototype and falling apart, because the first box bag I made, I did not sew my top handle together. I just, like, ironed it. I don't know what I was, well, I didn't know what I was doing because I didn't know what I was doing. So not even it wasn't even like, it was just an actual pure lack of skill. I still love the fabric. What I should do is probably pull it apart and actually finish it correctly. And then it would be fine, but it's a lot of work. It wouldn't be that much work. Although I'd have to find it first. That would probably actually be the most amount of work right now, is finding the bag to redo the bag. These crochet squares are super cute. I really like how this zipper color also complements the blues in this one. It's like, there's no way I have enough clips for the bags. And now I'm like looking at the pile and I'm like, oh, they just keep going and going and going. That I am glad for, because the more we can clip, the more seams we can sew, and the closer we are to being finished. What I probably should have been doing, if I'd known that I was going to run out of clips, is I could have actually been pinning the top piece here and then clipping or pinning the twill in, at least for these larger lengthed zippers, but oh well, whatever. It's all good. All right. There and here, flippy flip. There, good. Oops, totally attacked the phone. The sun's come out, so that's kind of nice, because it also means that the room is much brighter with the sun in here than without. There we go. Go in and clip it there. Flip it. And I don't even know, like, how this ended up with dirt on it like that. It's like, why? How? It didn't drop you on the ground, so... It's annoying. And yeah, we definitely need a paper towel. Alright. It is like, it's not on any of the fabric that's actually in the project bag. It's on the interfacing, which is good at least. Still annoying, but good. And there's definitely a couple more others that are like worse. So I don't know where they landed, unless it was like dust on the couch out there maybe. had to have been. There's no other way. Okay, 1 second. I will be right back with some paper towel to clean this up a little bit. Okay, I thought I actually had paper towel down here because, of course, I usually have like a roll of it in the litter room, but apparently not. All right, there we go. And then we'll let it, well, it's gonna sit here anyway and dry out, so it's not like soaked, so I'm not worried about it too much. But yeah, definitely a good reminder to just take everything out on the cart or in a bin or something, because apparently everything on the deck needs a power wash or something. Pressure wash, I don't know. Ooh, it's actually windier than it was earlier. I just looked up and there's a tree that I just realized I have an excellent line of sight on. It's just like going for it. Oh man. I don't know what it is about this house though, because it's like if the winds had been blown like this in our old house, I would have been hearing like moaning and creaking even down here, even with like the other house not having a walkout. This house seems like way sturdier. There's definitely been a couple nights when it's like moaned and groaned. I don't think you can get around that in Alberta, at least this area of Alberta. But like our other one, it would be like a puff of a breeze and the house would be like just creaking away all night. Nope. No, apparently I'm knocking clips off the table. Which is not in our best interest. Budgies, the budgies. Oops. Ooh, that was a lot of thread off the bobbin. Alright, let's actually can pull both of these because it's not like we're going to use them. Ugh, yep. Static. This one's nearly out, but need to use it up so that I can put the next one on anyway. Okay, now we're set up and ready to go to put the white. That cat. He's walking on the stove. We've had to start like control locking our stove because it's touch. And it's not a big deal with the burners because the burners are induction. So the cat steps on the burner, it's not going to hurt him. But it does mean that he can walk all over the stove and turn it on, especially the oven. So we've had to start locking it so this freaking cat can't like start the self-clean or start like heating up the oven. I guess what we could technically do is get like a cover for it, but that seems counterintuitive because it's like, well, even if it doesn't, yeah, no. And it wouldn't work for the actual oven anyway because it's like past where the, like you could cover the stove, but covering the whole top would be not, I don't think that would work. Oh, what are you doing? You are plugged in and charging and you're like, Murr. Okay. I do not understand what is going on. It'd be one thing if someone was like calling me, but no, that's not the case. Alright. Yeah, this is the one where it's like, what did you get into? I didn't even think you're that high up on the pile to be able to get dust like this. Haha. Okay. Next. Okay, I think that was actually the worst one. And we are down to 5, 10. Oh, there's a few more. 15, 24. 28. So yeah, definitely still don't have enough clips, but you know what? We're gonna be close, I think. Because actually, I think most of these have a clip with them. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, A16, so probably about half of what's left can get clipped. And then we will get the rest done afterwards. I'll take it. That's pretty good, to be honest. Nope. Back up, please. Thank you. Righty. There we go. All right, let's get this flipped and ready. Yeah, and now, so I was just realizing, I'm like, now that Air Miles has brought back their flights, I gotta continue the pricing out of the next set of trips. And next time I need a little bit of like sewing break or whatever. Because I want to see kind of what it'll cost us, like based on like a fall trip or a spring trip or the like over the marathons trip. Because that's just also smart. It's a good idea to have a general idea of what they would all cost. The big thing is still going to be like, well, it'll be flights and hotels, because those are the two things that really seem to fluctuate in price the most. And I do know that in some cases it's like, well, the flight is way cheaper, but the hotels like take up it's a few $100 that you save on flights. Now, the one thing to that being that if we save a few $100 on each flight, it's a very different situation versus like, you know, like $300 between two flights is very different than $300. That's still $300, but I definitely know that some of the hotels then eat up that price difference very rapidly, just depending on what time of year that you're there and everything. Although I think February is still looking okay as long as we avoid the week directly of Chinese or Lunar New Year. So, and if we fly, I can't do air miles flight. It's too many air miles to do flights to Osaka. But if we fly cash to Osaka, like through Air Canada or whatever, it's about $400 cheaper per person, which is still insane to me. That's not how I wanted to fly to Japan with kids, because it's like I do not want to land in Tokyo and then have to get on another flight with children who have just been on a plane for 10 hours. But that savings, it will not get swallowed up by the hotels, and it does pay for basically all our transportation and more probably for the trip. So it's like, holy crap, that is worth a little bit of an inconvenience flying from Tokyo to Osaka. And actually I haven't flown in and out of Osaka since I was on exchange, and I didn't even fly into Osaka on exchange because there was a typhoon over Tokyo. We barely landed on our freaking 747, which is insane now that I literally just clued into the fact that like the 747 was having difficulties landing in that weather, because it's like, so we had to do, basically we got told, okay, we're going to attempt to land, and if we don't land, we're going to have to fly in somewhere else, basically. And so they attempted to land, couldn't do it, had to reascend. And the worst part of this is it's like they had the, of course the 747 had didn't have in-seat. Did it have in-seat entertainment? I don't know why I'm asking, because I don't remember myself. I don't think so. I think they had like the big screen for like you watch what everyone else watches on the plane unless you packed your own entertainment. What did I do on that flight? It's like such a blur. I don't remember much about it. But anyway, I'm pretty sure it was like a plane movie. Yeah. Because I do remember the woman coming on and being like, okay, now you're going to sit in your seat and do all your exercises so that you don't get sick, sort of thing. Anyway, on these big monitors, they had a tail, or not a tail camera, but a landing gear camera. So you got to watch how much we wobbled from side to side over the like runway without, it was like you could tell you weren't going to land it. But yeah, that would have been a massive plane to get pushed around by a storm. And I know it's a typhoon, but still, that's impressive. Anyway, we never took off after that. We got a refund on our next set of flights, and thank God, I had randomly run into another student who was wrapping up an exchange, and he was going to Osaka. So he helped me and like 3 other people go into Kansai Gaidai. Total lost little ducklings. I wouldn't have been able to figure out how to get to Kansai Gaidai on the bullet train by myself. So, always eternally grateful for his help. And then he made sure that we got into taxis and everything like that even. So that was absolutely spectacular of him. But I did fly out of Osaka. It's a very different airport. I don't even remember much of my transit out of Osaka. Interesting. So it'd be interesting to fly in and out of that airport again too. And I think it would work because we could do because basically the plan is if we fly into Tokyo and can like stay in Tokyo, we'll fly in and do a couple days there for like the initial kind of jet lag adjustment, and then we'll get on the train and go down to Kyoto. My plan being that first day I would go and do Tomato and then go and like ship the luggage, blah, blah, blah. Kids could do like a jet lag adjustment because I think that's going to be the hardest part of traveling with them actually, or one of the hardest parts, which we've discussed in the past, but yeah, whatever, reiterate it. And then get on the train to go south, and then come back and do the last couple days in Tokyo again to do Disneyland and Disney Sea on the way out, basically. But if we fly into Osaka, I think Tokyo will just be like in the middle. So like we would fly in, do Nomura on that side, do the marathon, Toji, yeah, I guess we'd end up, I don't know, maybe we'd end up hanging out around Kansai for the full, and then basically just go up to Tokyo for a couple days, and then come back to Kansai. So basically, just flip it a little bit. I don't know. Because I was like, then we would do my marathon, and then we would do Toji, which is the temple market, and then go up to Tokyo. But if Dallas is running Osaka, no. We would do Toji, and then we would hang out, because Osaka Marathon would be like late February. It's a week after Kyoto, so it makes more sense to hang out and not spend so much time on our feet, or his feet, at like Tokyo and Disneyland and stuff like that. Plus, once you add in Disneyland and Disney Sea, it's already like 2 days in Tokyo minimum, and then another day for Tomato. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. I think we did decide the JR pass has gone up in like a significant amount of money, but I think we're going to do it just mostly because it's like, you can make your reservations online if you buy your JR pass online, and so that is like an insane time savings and like stress saver right there with the kids, which is actually the biggest motivator for using an online pass. Yeah, I'm talking about this like we're going like in 2 weeks. I wish. It's gonna be like a theme for the next couple of years of like, just how are we going to do it? But anyway, no. And then Dallas was like, well, you should check to see, because one of his coworkers lives in like, one of his coworkers or like one of the service company people that service his plant up north, just got like a direct or a flight from Fort McMurray to Paris for like $500. And he's like, you should see how much it would cost me to like go from like Fort McMurray to like Vancouver, because then we would basically probably end up on the same flight, if we planned it right. No, we wouldn't, because we'd be flying out on the Wednesday. Never mind. So I guess we could meet. Yeah, he would end up flying into Vancouver and having like a 2-day thing, because he'd have to fly into Vancouver. So we'd end up on the Japan leg together. But anyway, yeah, flying out of Fort Mac was far more expensive. Although I guess I could look at like the cost one way. I don't know. Might be better. Because I think I was actually looking round trip, which was dumb. Because it's not like he would, well, he wouldn't fly back to Fort Mac. Fly him out of Fort Mac. Because I do know that I think one of the best routes, or one of the cheapest routes, not the best route, but the cheapest route right now over Chinese New Year next year, same as this year, is it's like, well, you could go fly through South Korea, which, okay. Or you could fly Calgary to Edmonton, Edmonton to Vancouver, Vancouver to Tokyo. I do not understand. I know that having multiple stops means you usually pay less. But I do not understand. Because it's like, that's so much more fuel. How is it that? Why? Also, it like adds 2 days because you fly into Vancouver or Edmonton and then apparently have to like and then you fly to Vancouver and then I don't know. It was wild. And I looked at Dallas and I'm like, see, that makes South Korea not sound so bad. And then I figured out, I'm like, wait, if it works that way, I wonder about flying into like Osaka. And then, yeah, that turned out to be the best option. That's how I figured out that, yeah, flying into Osaka would be cheaper. That's because it's like, if you fly to South Korea, it's cheaper than just going to Tokyo. Or Vancouver to Tokyo. So dumb. And yes, I know I could use like Expedia or something like that. And that might be what we do too. We might just go for whatever is cheapest. Although, then you end up having to transit through the States. And I really don't feel like doing customs in the States and customs in Canada. So. Unless it's like a huge savings. I guess we'll take a look there too, because why not? Again, it would need to be in like the multiple hundreds of dollars savings per person sort of thing. Although actually, if we did fly out of San Fran, we could fly ANA, which I keep hearing amazing things about ANA. So maybe. Actually, I wonder what it would cost to fly ANA out of Vancouver, because I know they do a direct from Tokyo to Vancouver to Tokyo as well. Anyway, round and round and circular. It'll just be nice when we actually like make the decision to go and when to go. I'm pretty sure we're going in February, but it's like I want to have the other ones in my back pocket just to make sure. I'm glad that I decided that I was not going to push for Kyoto for next year, though, because it's like, physically, I think I need the 2 years to get down to, well, basically, it'll give me a second training season and a bit, because I think the decision now is that we'll go, I'm not going to do I might do the Calgary 10 or half again next year, just to keep that as like my first race, because it's a good weekend to do the first race. But then I'm going to train for the Victoria Marathon in October. It's on Thanksgiving weekend. Because I'm just like, I do not want to have to do a full marathon training cycle on the treadmill, which training for Calgary more or less is. Because I do, like I said, I'm a fair weather runner as well. As much as I hate the treadmill, I am not running outside in minus 40 or snow and ice or like Arctic north winds. Although actually it's quieted down out there. So there's a small hope that I might still be able to run outside because I've been waiting for it today. Haha. I'll take it if I can get it. Anyway. Yeah, I'm just like, I really don't want to train on the treadmill. If that's the only way I can do it, I will. But that way we also get to go out and visit some of Dallas's family that's out there, which would be good. October is usually a decent time to drive out as well. Too bad it wasn't a little bit closer to like Knit City, but just like do Knit City and do a marathon. That would be super intense. Yeah, so Calgary's in May. So it'll be like, if I'd follow this training season, the Calgary half will be a good indicator, and I'll try and proof a time up for 2. So the goal for next May will be 2.5 hours. I don't know what I'm going to do this May. I don't think I've done a good enough training cycle this time to do a 2.5 hour half. We'll find out. I'm aiming for like 3 to 3:15 for my time. Hopefully 3 hours, because 3 hours would mean that I've taken like a minute off per kilometer basically, which would be awesome. That would be a really good amount to cut off. Because here's the thing, a lot of the time that I gained in Florida was definitely sea level, but I've also done another training cycle since then. Anyway, so I would still keep a 10 or half there or something like that, and then do the Victoria Marathon in October as a proving ground basically for Japan, with another training cycle in between Japan and Kyoto in February. Because actually Victoria would be a really good proving ground for that one, because it's sea level and like a bunch of other factors. Another like what, 2 year and a half out too. So plus we have family that we can stay with out there, blah blah blah. Maybe I can convince someone to do a pop-up with me or for me. And that means then that I can, so I would do the half in Calgary again, probably. Road race, which is a July run over the Stampede weekend. Would either do a 10 or another half, probably a 10, and then do whatever kind of fell correctly for that weekend to like fit in the training schedule, which might just be a 5K. I just like doing road race because they give pancakes. It's like one of the best pancake breakfasts you can find. and then just head down and train for the marathon in October, because that would be 3 months out, and most marathon training cycles are about 20 weeks. So having Victoria in October would push hard on like Kyoto, but I think it would be mostly I want to go and be like, okay, I am actually good to go. And I do want to maintain the Calgary half, because that can be used as a proof of time for Kyoto then. So, although I don't know, well, I don't think I actually need a proof of time for Kyoto, but it'll be better for my mental state. It'll still keep me training over the winter too, Because here's the thing, otherwise I'm very lackadaisical about my running. Hell, even right now I'm like, whatever. So keeping at least some races in the schedule will help keep me a little bit better on track than just, oh well, we'll just go do it. Definitely, the half's definitely a little bit, like, for a 5 now, okay, whatever, sort of thing. But for a half, it's still, I am not mentally prepared for my half in May yet. And that's half the battle. It's like, at this point, I can physically do it. Mentally, though, is where the sticking point is. It's like, ugh. I was supposed to do 9.5 on Monday, and it's just like, no. Did not happen. And you know what? That's okay, too, though. The other section of this is, it's like, I have done it twice. So, can do it again. I just want to do it faster. The goal for the 10K road race this year is to get, so my prepartum, prenatal best was 1:17:10. I actually did just tie that on the treadmill the other day, probably about a month ago now. Whatever. So my goal for the 10K in July will be 1:15 or sub 1:15, which means that I am slowly getting on track for a 2.5 hour half, which is nice. And then I have one more half booked in Canmore in September. Although that weekend can be, I don't know if I've actually run a nice race in Canmore on this September weekend. It's like the week after Labor Day. It's just like, ugh. But Dallas is always talking about it, so I want to go see what the course is like. So. Alright, this clip pile is now diminishing very quickly. As is the pile on the cart, though, so really, we're doing pretty good. Considering how many bags there are here. It's like slowly started to like lean over here again as well. This whole training plan would be far easier if I weren't consistently getting sick. Yeah, we're down to, let's see, 5, 10, 14. Sweet. All right, we're pretty close. And actually, there's a couple more clips on the ground, so let's pick those up because I just saw them. And actually, if we are that close, we're just going to pin the rest of them because, yes, I will probably prod myself, but let's just get her done because then I don't have to worry about it. We can just sew. So I think it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 more here, so leaving 8 bags behind just because I don't want to get poked by pins seems, well, it's rational, but it seems kind of dumb. So let's just do it. Get it done, like I said already. Apparently today is the day of repetition. All right, get this lined up here. Actually, the cool one that I want to do, I got to sign up for it, but it's a 10-mile run in September as well. End of September. And it's for the Calgary Zoo. And every year they do a different medal based on whatever their animal of the year is that they're fundraising for. This year it's polar bears, so I'm going to go do that one. Also, it'll be my first 10-miler. It's a very interesting length. So it's about, I think it puts it just over 16K, probably about 16.5 kilometers. Not quite a half. So. Come on, stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, never mind, it is windy. It's like, hey, the wind might have died down, but no. It's still there. Winding away. Blowing away, I guess is the actual term. Katie, you should take a nap. Yes, I should. Stay up there and chill out. We're almost done. There's a stack behind the machine too. Finish getting these put together, and then I will go up and use. Whoa! All right. Use the washroom, and then we will. So I don't think we'll get through all of the scenes to this afternoon, but we'll be at least part of the way through them before the afternoon or the work afternoon is complete. So that's pretty good. And all things considered, my time estimate is pretty spot on. good. Does mean that it takes about 5 hours to clip tabs into, like, well, 4.5, 4:15. Yeah. Once I'm done. About 4.25 hours to clip all these ribbons into the bags. Hey, we do actually already have a bag finished. I just realized, except for the closing seam, we finished that strawberry bag. So hey, we're ahead. Ahead of schedule. Can I be ahead of schedule when it's just this chaotic? No, not really. Can I be ahead of schedule when there is no schedule? 100% not. What schedule? Besides the scheduled shows, that's it. Terrible. Okay, go. Now we're down to 5, 10, 14, 15. Yeah, it's nicer to believe I'm ahead, that's for sure. Not behind. I guess that's the other benefit to it, is if I don't have a schedule, I can't be behind either. Oh, no. All right, there's the last of the clips. One and one left. So now we're going to switch to pins, because if we only have like 14 bags left, there, like I said, there's no point. I thought there were fewer, but there's still not much point in just leaving that number behind. One, two, three, 4, 5, and 4, so 13 bags, I guess. So I'm pretty sure the last pile under there's 4 bags as well. Apparently I have extra twill, because when do I not have my numbers off? Unless there's actually there might be a few under there that didn't get, because I probably flipped the pile. That's what happened. So I bet you there's a few underneath that don't have their tape yet. Alright, now we will pin it in such a way that I am less likely to pin myself. Not fully unlikely, but less likely. Although I've already gotten myself just by pushing the pin through the fabric. Oh dear. Yes, I know, it's time to stand. So I've been using the different training method for the runs and everything like that. And it's the Jeff Galloway method. He apparently was one of the first that really was a proponent of like run, walk, run. Or walk, run, run, whatever. Interval training. You run, you walk. You run, you walk. His big thing is like you should never walk more than 30 seconds. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I've always interval trained. I do not run full races. They are always interval races for me. And they will likely always remain that. Like realistically, I would love to get my marathon down to 5 hours. I would love for it to be in maybe like the 4 to 4.5 hour mark. But like, I don't ever need to qualify for Boston. I'm not worried about that sort of stuff. I just want to be able to enjoy the training, enjoy the running. I want the medals. That's why I'm running. All that. Anyway. But I was looking at I want to go back and do some more interval training on the old program I used to use because it was very effective for me. It's what Dallas is used for training. I didn't use it last year for the marathon training because their stuff was always like, you should do this many intervals and it should get you approximately this many miles. And I'm not fast enough to get that many miles. So the Jeff Galloway was just, you do 2 timed runs and then you do a distance run. And so for me last year, the distance worked. It was way more motivating in some ways because it was just like, okay, I can do X miles, whatever it was that week. And that's what I'm training with right now. But I am noticing that I need to go back to the other program and push myself a bit more so that I start getting back into those approximate lengths. But the 10K trainer is brutal. They want you to, like, by the end, be up to, like, 17 minutes of running and a minute of walking. And I'm just like, holy. Now, it's supposed to help me get down to an hour long 10K. So obviously it worked fairly well because the last race I did the last race after I used this program was 1:17. So damn close. But I forgot how brutal it is towards the end. That doesn't mean I have to go with those intervals, and I very likely will not. But it will give me a good kick in the ass to get a little bit more training in, or a little bit different training in, I guess. Having just the distances, though, was definitely like, if I had done the other marathon trainer, I wouldn't have done the marathon either. So it was like, just having just distance training was like way better for me last year. And I still finished a marathon, so. So I'll probably switch between the two as needed, sort of thing. Basically, so the trainer Dallas is on should set up for a 4.5-hour marathon. So actually what I should do is I should probably just follow it and try to get those distances in. Because if I want a 5-hour marathon, that would put me well under that. With time for, like, washrooms and stuff like that. And why I want a 5 is because Kyoto's cutoff is 6, and from what I can tell, it's not 6 from when you cross, not your chip time, but 6 from the time of the gun. So it means that, like, if you're 2 to 3 minutes back of the start line, you're SOL. And my marathon time anyway is like 6:40, almost 6:45. So there is a vast room for improvement there. But hey, that's good too. Still laughing at myself being at like mile 24 and telling Dallas that I hated training and this was special occasions only. And then 2 weeks later, I'm like, so we should go run Kyoto next year. It's more sane to do it in 2 years, but still with that like eye towards like the improvements now that I've laid out for myself. That's for sure. Hello. How is the weather in Nova Scotia right now? Like, do you actually have spring out there? We are currently windy and apparently supposed to get more snow in the next couple days. They have it set as a 55% chance of snow tomorrow, which is a very interesting percentage to me. It's like not 50, not 60, very specifically 55%. I'll take cloudy sunny. I'm just bitching and moaning because I'm ready to get running outside, and it's not cooperating today. So I'm gonna have to go back on the treadmill, i.e. the treadmill. Oh, gross. Yeah, we definitely had really nice weather about 3 weeks ago now. And then it snowed for a week, and then was nice for a day. And then when my husband was home, it snowed for like a week, and then it was nice for a couple days, and now it's back to this. So I am done. Anyway, if you haven't come into the stream before, I work with Japanese fabrics. I go over to Japan, purchase them there, and then I come back and I make all these bags in my studio. And right now I am in full show prep mode for shows this, well, basically for the full of April, but I have my first one this Saturday, so we're in the throes of trying not to panic, because panic doesn't get me anywhere. Because the only way through this one is by doing. But I was also, thanks, yeah. I was very overzealous in cutting, so we're running about 90 plus bags to finish by Saturday. So we'll see how many we actually get done. Oh yeah, we're good. If it doesn't get done for this weekend, then we'll, it's not like it's going anywhere. Got another show next weekend. And it's just the start of show season, so. Have you ever been out to the Calgary area, or? I'm just outside Calgary in Cochrane, actually. Actually, I keep watching the Knit City women, Fiona and Amanda, are over in Ireland right now, and I'm like, that would be an amazing trip. They're doing like that wool trip right now, and I'm like, damn it. Oh, sweet. Yeah. I know where the Thorncliffe area is. I was born at the foothills and then raised in BC and then came back to Calgary for my degree at U of C. Met my husband, and then we stayed in the area. So, well, we kind of have to. He works up north, so he ends up flying in and out of Calgary, out of right behind Deerfoot Mall. And actually, one of my suppliers is down in that area, so we're there extremely regularly, at least once a week for pickup, drop off. And then other times when it's like, oh my goodness, I am out of interfacing. Yes. That place is always, McKay's is always so busy. Although I have to admit that it is not my favorite ice cream. I much prefer Foothills if you can get it. Or my absolute favorite is Island Farms, that's out of Victoria. They also have the best cream cheese if you can get your hands on it. So there's a place in actually I think there's a few places in Calgary too, but the place that I always think of with Island Farms ice cream is actually out in Canmore, now it's called Scoop and Moose. So that's our trip into the ice cream trip. That is a dead pin. Grab the pin bin for that. Pin jar. There we go. Okay, where 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 8 left. We're almost there. Usually there are some quality control inspectors around, the cats, but they're both gone, which is interesting actually. And right now, so what I'm concentrating on for Fibre Shindig is large box bags. So my main market is knitters and crocheters and fiber artists. And so the large box bags are good for about 500 to 600 grams of DK or worsted weight. Like I've knit full sweaters out of it up to the sleeve time. And what I'm doing right now is I'm putting in the pull tabs for the ends so that the bags are easier to open and close. So once this prep work is done, it is a much faster process, as I keep reiterating. If you've been here from the beginning, you have heard this before, but it's the same as like prepping to knit. It's like knitting the gauge swatch always takes longer than actually doing any of the other rest of the work, even if it's a sweater and you get caught on Sleeve Island, right? So and seriously, I 100% agree. And of course, there's dust. We got the bees and the strawberries. We're getting close to the end now, which is like super exciting. I am over pinning ribbon. I just want to get sewing. Oh well. We're almost there. Almost there. There we go. The good news is, at least with the pins at the end, I will be through these seams very rapidly before hopefully I give myself too many injuries today. And then we'll be back to the clips. Hopefully. Maybe. We'll find out, I guess. Just don't feel like bleeding today too much. Zip. Okay. There we go. Alright, that pile is really, 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 really big. It does look like the camera has decided to shimmy itself down here. Sorry. There we go. Pull this up a little bit just so it's not so big a gap. It's a little bit easier to sew over when it's not as large a gap. Yes. Well, yeah. So I'm going to lift the whole pile up that's on the ironing board, move it back to the cart, and that means that at least the majority of the pinned ones should remain on top as long as they don't spill over. Yeah, it's true, but I've already blood sweated in tears over these. Rotary cutters are absolutely terrifying. Not to mention the fact that it's all been washed and steamed and ironed and all of that too, so. I was ironing these the other day, and my youngest is like absolutely fascinated with machines. But every single time I lifted the iron, of course, it did the poof of the steam. And every single time they flinched away. And I'm like, but then they would come and like crawl underneath the ironing board and be like, what's the ironing board do? Like, what's this? What's this? And it's like, get out. It's too hot and heavy. So, still a learning process. Although my eldest came and wanted to help with the actual sewing machine. And I'm like, you're not old enough yet. I will 100% take all the help I can get when they're old enough, but not quite. So I had them turning bags instead, because I was like, okay, what can I give you to help where it does not involve scissors and it doesn't involve hot and spiky things, basically. Okay, what the heck? Just open too far. Close it up a bit and see. There we go. Yeah, I seriously do not know what we ran into last night that had that much dust, and like on all different layers of bags too. It's weird. Gotta make sure we do not pull that zipper pull off. I do not want to have to turn the bag back to put the zipper pull back on. It's like they like, oh yeah. I was like, it's like they tumbleweeded off the deck, but they didn't. They were just on my outdoor cushions. Apparently my outdoor cushions are way too dusty for that. Anyway, that made me reminded me that as I was driving the kids to school today, there was actually a tumbleweed that came up and over the guardrail right as we like drove past. It was really funny to see. It's just like, I know we have tumbleweeds out here, but it was very unexpected. Still, they're doing a bunch of construction on like our main intersection in town, basically. Finally. And for some reason that's like kicked off all the tumbleweeds, because it's been a problem since this fall. So the seeds or something must have been dormant, and then they like, I don't know, got disturbed by all the earth moving. I don't know. There. All right. We are down to 1, 2, 4.5. This is the half right now. Four more. There we go. Then we can get to the sewing. I knew the time had to come eventually. Oh yeah, okay, so this is where I was like, why do I have extra twill tape? But yeah, we totally flipped the pile, which means that some of the ones that were at the end that I didn't clip the twill tape for were on the bottom. So we're just about there. 4 more. Good. Fine. Now the pin ones are hidden because the pile fell over. Oh well. If I kind of scoop it up right, I think we'll be fine. Okay, just about there. And pin through. Okay, that one's almost done too. Lining up the zipper as best we can, best I can for sewing, just so that it is as centered as we can make it, basically. That's what I'm checking as I'm like laying it down here. I put an iron line into the bag when I iron it for top stitching, and then so it marks it for while I'm pinning it with the ribbon. That one is bent. Get out of here. There are a few pins in here that should not be in here just because they got integrated back in for some reason. So I'll just pull them as I find them. 3 more. Okay, I'm gonna pop that over there for now. Almost dropped it in my coffee cup. That would be like the equivalent to the artist's water, I think. Just absentmindedly drop a pin in my coffee. I'd be very disappointed in myself. And I would probably realize, if I hadn't realized before, I probably would have realized like the second it dropped in the coffee. I guess just remember to strain coffee with your teeth. No, I do not have a pattern for this bag myself. It's a box bag pattern that I've adjusted the measurements on through, well, quite a while ago, and then I've just stuck with. Although we have just made some changes to it because I had to change interfacing weight, so that's always fun. There's a whole interfacing debacle over the last week, so, or 2 weeks ago, I guess now. Was it 2 weeks ago now? Ugh, gross. Okay, I did drop a pin. I just want to make sure. Okay. The shag has swallowed it up. Gone forever. I'll probably find it with my foot. Well, the good news is that we won't have only 7 bags going, or 7 large box bags going to Fibre Shindig, and we are only short 1 twill cut. That is impressive. So we'll have to grab one more here for the last bag. This is the penultimate, the second last bag, which is exciting. So I'm laughing a bit at the, like, do you have a pattern for this bag? I have a template in my room for myself to cut, and I just realized that half the time I don't even know where that is. We're doing this by, like, winging it, flying by the seat of our pants, more or less. As Andrea is quite familiar with, since I think you've been here pretty much every day that I've been streaming recently. Need to go back to like calling these creative chaos. Oh, this has been pretty tame compared to some of the ones we've done, that's for sure. pin into the clip bin. We will clear those out of the clip bin before I start putting the clips back in, so I don't stab myself reaching in for clips, at least. Last one. That cart is clear. We need some twill. We need the little piece of twill that like is left over from the end of the twill roll from before. There we go. Okay. Right there. Pin it, and then we can start sewing. Okay. And then yeah, we'll do the division of cotton and cotton linen blend, and then I can clip the labels in. So what did we want to do that would change it up from the strawberry bag? It needed to face the other direction, so I gotta look at, I think we want the cat to face towards the back of the bag, because then it would stick up this way. Yeah, that's how we would have to do it. Okay. I think we'll try it. Well, we're just gonna sew them all in anyway, so I'm not gonna finish another bag today. Just get them as close to done as I can. Flip. Yeah, we're there. All right. We'll have to unclip and grab that pile that fell over here in a moment. And then we will get going. All right, that zipper is really far down. It does not need to be that far down. It actually messes with like the actual tape placement. There we go. That pin's almost dead too. Okay. All right. Last fold. And last tab. We've done it again. Phew. Almost. Once this pin's in, then I can celebrate. There we go. Yeah. Here we go. All right. I will mute the mic and grab the bags off of the floor, and then we will dive into this because I won't be able to get quite a bit done before I need to be finished for the day. time for a little bit of hand cream because apparently those bags really dried my hands out. Probably the dust on them, to be honest, from outside. And then we'll go in, and I think I set all aside all the pinned ones over here. So we'll get them wrapped first, or at least we'll get the, yeah. I think we should be able to get at least half the seams done. So like a quarter of the full bag's worth of seams done by just before 4. Got just over an hour. All right. And yeah, I'll be running on the treadmill, which works because then I can come in and make quick dinner for the kids before I head out so they can have truck pizza pops. Which makes them in a much better mood once they actually get home because they're already fed and not waiting for food, and that means we can get other stuff done. What that other stuff is, I don't actually know, but let's get to this. I am still looking at this like, oh, I guess I need thread. Let's sew without any thread on the machine. All right. Try and get that right here. We don't need to start the other bobbin yet. Well, we can't start the other bobbin yet because the other bobbin is still full. We've got a partial bobbin in the machine. I don't know how long it's going to last. Probably not very long. But then we'll wind the next bobbin after that. Sewing time. Sewing time's always the best time. I need to actually see if that... I've got like a little light bar from IKEA like I had previously on this machine, but the last one broke. Not an IKEA version. I like the first one I put on the machine, but I have not taped it down yet, and I'm like, I think it might be too warm is the problem. All right. Don't need to start right there because we're going to cut most of that off anyway. Oh, turning the machine on might also help. And actually, we don't really need much of this here either. Okay. Now we're good to go. There we go. It's like, wait, is the seam allowance good? And yes, we're good. Or not the seam allowance, the stitch length. It's like, ah, crap. I'll check that too. And then reminder to self, I should change the needle once I'm done today. Actually, no, once we're done doing all the interior seams, because that'll probably be about the time that it'll need to be changed again. So, yay. I don't know why I find it so hard to change the needle. It's not even like it's a big deal or difficult. It's just, ugh. I guess out of production mode or whatever. I don't know. And that's the end of that first bobbin already. Told you it wasn't going to last long. All right. So now we'll swap it. Because nothing like getting shafted by your bobbin in the first 5 minutes of sewing. Bobbin winder set up. Get the thread in the bobbin. back it up to where I backstitched it. There we go. Alright, now it should be smooth sailing for a little bit at least, hopefully. Alright, so I am sewing it across the open end of the zipper because I find that the harder side of sewing the bags. At least that's what I tell myself, and then I'll sew over the other end after we're done chain piecing this side. All of this side. All of the bags. Actually, no, we're going to go through and we're going to do the pinned bags completely, or at least like exterior seams first, and then we're going to pull the pins, and then I don't have to worry about any more pins for the rest of the day or the rest of this sewing journey for these ones at least. Not until we start doing the Kato bags and we need the where do we use the pins? Oh no, we don't even really use pins on the Kato bag, do we? Because it's like I don't need to backstitch that. Because the clips, then I don't poke myself when I'm doing the drop-in lining. All right, the other bobbin is wound. And we're just about through this first set here. So we'll clip and turn. Alright, like that. Am I concerned that I'm going to get poked in the thigh? 100%. There we go. Now I can actually see under my sew. Underneath the head. Snipper. Alright, there we go. So if you are looking for any of these bags, I will be at Fibre Shindig on Saturday, April 6th at the Genesis Center in Calgary. I will then also be at Ancient Arts Yarns on April 13th for Hanami, or flower viewing. Typically it's cherry blossoms. We obviously will not have cherry blossoms in Calgary at that point. Actually, I don't know if there's cherry trees in Calgary. But it's the spirit of the event, is spring is coming. Hopefully. And then I will be on Dawson Creek on April 28th. It's a Sunday event at the Dawson Creek Curling Center. And then I will be at the Kimono Market for the NJCA, which is the New Japanese Canadian Association, sometime in May. I think it's like the 9th. I feel like it's the 19th, which I just realized is Victoria Day weekend. And then all of this will be online. Anything left over after the shows in April will be online in mid-May as well. If you are seeing anything that you're like, oh my god, I'll die without that, or I desperately need it, and you want to pick it up at Shindig, or you want me to mail it to you, I'm happy to facilitate either of those. Obviously, Shindig will be easiest for both of us because I'll just set it aside and we can, you can do a pickup of this weekend. So, or you know, if you're going to be at any of the other events, I'm happy to do that as well. All right, there's the second poke so far. How many? I need like a Man, that would have been a funny counter when I was using pins more often for a live stream. How many times does Katie get poked by a pin? I don't think that one drew blood. Oh, never mind. There's a little bit. Nothing terrible. Of course. Oh well. Ooh, I just realized something that's going to make the cutting of the kato next week faster is that we've got the electric rotary cutter restarted. I can't believe it. If you weren't around for that live stream, basically what happened is that I haven't been able to use my electric rotary cutter for a while because it just was like slowing down way too much. Like, couldn't even cut through 2 layers of fabric without slowing down. And so last week, or whenever I started it back up, I was like, I need this to start back up. And if it does not start back up, we will buy a new electric rotary cutter after like this run of show season. Because it's not like the normal rotary cutter isn't gonna cut it, haha. But the electric rotary cutter is much nicer when I'm doing multiple layers. And it turned out that all it was that the plate on the bottom of the rotary cutter had gotten pushed up too far on the blade, probably when I was changing, or I think what I had done is I had cleaned out the rotary, like taken it off and cleaned it out, and so it must have got shuffled around when I like put it back on or something like that. I don't know exactly how it happened. I don't remember shoving the rotary plate on there more, but that's what happened. Okay. Is it still kind of grumpy? 100%. I still don't know what I would do if it was actually broken. Like, I would, like, do I take it to, like, a small appliance repair tech? Do I take it to, like, what, a sewing machine shop? Know how to care for it? I don't know. I don't know where I would take it. And that was part of the problem. I'm like, I'm happy to take it in for maintenance, but I don't know where I would take it. Because it's not something that I've seen the quilt shops around here sell. And it's not exactly a new rotary cutter either. It's like a vintage, well, maybe not vintage, but it's definitely older. If I put them on the sewing desk, I'm going to knock them over. So let's just, but that's really far away. Okay, nope, I just got to live there for now. All right. Now in this situation, this is definitely where the clips are not ideal for the open end of these bags. That had just slipped. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that's tucked in there correctly, and then we'll continue on over the zipper. So I do always make sure that I backstitch over the zipper because that is a point of stress on the bag. And we want to reinforce points of stress so that it doesn't wear out as fast. I still have bags, even my prototype bags that I made previously are still going after about 12 years. So must have done something right in their construction. Actually, that's a bit of a lie. The very first large box bag I made is like not in the best of shape. But that is mostly because I was dumb and literally didn't know what I was doing. And did not interface or even sew my handle before I sewed it into the bag. I just kind of like folded it together and been like, that'll be good enough. No top stitching. Nothing. I do a lot more work for my bags now. But do you know what? The actual body of the bag is still fine. So again, must have been doing something right. I don't think that one was even interfaced at all. And then I remember that I did get like very plastic sticky interfacing after that, and it was gross. I think that's where my dislike of fusible interfacing came from, was the next step, and it was all plasticky, and I'm pretty sure I wasn't supposed to be sewing through it. It did. It didn't wreck my machine, or at least it doesn't seem like it did, because it was the domestic, so it's still running. But definitely have learned better in like the decade since. God, that means actually this year that I am, in this fall, early next year, I'm approaching 17 years of knitting, which is absolutely insane as well. Which means that holy crap. Because I will have been out of Japan, Dawson and I have been together for 15 years. So that means that I was like doing all my interviews and getting my confirmations for exchange this time 15 years ago. So that is ridiculous. It's also funny because it's like, as much as I'm talking about like I really want to go to Japan, it's like Dallas is like, I really, really want to go to Japan. I'm like, yeah. Because basically, we went back for his first trip. So when I would have come out of Japan in 2010, Dallas and I went back for his first trip in 2016. So 6 years difference. And if we're not going back till 26, early 26, but 26, he will have been out of Japan longer than I was between my exchange and the first trip back with him. So like and like even for me, when I went back in 2022, there was so many changes that like had happened. It was insane. Sorry, the phone is just not having it right now, apparently. So, and now of course it's frozen. Hello. Okay, stop the video. Start video. Are you still frozen? Okay, it's not frozen on the phone, but it's frozen on the computer. Alrighty, lovely. Hide. Close. Yeah, it's okay. Let's disconnect it. No, I do not want to have to regenerate the link. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hide on stream. Let's turn it off and try this again. Close. No, it's like still on. Ah, there we go. Okay. Now it's reset. Still lagging, but we're here. Okay, there we go. All right. Anyway, the difference in like some of the stuff that they had updated between, so my last trip to Japan pre-2020 was in April of 2018. Actually, like 6 years ago. We started the trip 6 years ago today, basically. And yeah, the amount of like change that happened even in that amount of time was nuts. So hell, even just the tech for video in that time is like, the amount of change has been insane. And like, and media consumption differences as well. So all right, has anyone actually been keeping count of how many of these I've like sewn? I definitely have not, and I probably should have, because otherwise I will, well, yeah. Or else there will be needing to be a passionate counting here soon. Although we're just gonna kind of push those over the edge. Get out of here. Okay, there we go. Actually, that'll probably be something that I will do because it'll be fun, is we'll do a countdown clock when we do actually book the trip and like confirm details. I'll start a countdown clock on the stream because why not? Because that I will start to, or I will involve y'all more. Still don't know. I don't think I will be able to live stream like fabric shopping, but maybe we'll do like a live stream post fabric shop or something. I don't know. It's also going to be harder with the kids around too, because again, trying to keep them off the internet and things, and if they're in the hotel room, yeah. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Almost does feel like more like a Patreon sort of thing, though. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Also, at the same time, don't really want to do it that way, but I don't know. We'll see where I'm at in 2 years. I guess that's the other part of this. Who knows? Who knows how, like, what kind of change 2 years will bring? I guess it's under 2 years now. 2-ish years. 22 months. Come hell or high water, I will be in Japan in 22 months. Within the next 22 months. There we go. It was actually the motto after Calgary flooded in 2013, because it flooded down all around the Elbow River and the Stampede grounds about late June, so like 2 weeks before Stampede. And the only time Stampede has actually been canceled in the last like over 100 years now was for 2020. And they got that track up and running for the chuck wagon races. That was the big deal, is that they got the track back up and running for the chuck wagon races and the rodeo in like 10 days. So the last minute like marketing theme for that year was come hell or high water, which was super appropriate. And probably still brought a lot of people in to help actually with the economic recovery. So can't imagine. So yeah, anytime I use that saying, that is what pops into my head, is the 2013 floods and the Stampede recovery. I know there's a lot harder hit areas in Calgary even, and in southern Alberta as well. I think High River was even worse off than Calgary, but getting there, cranking along. Head down, get it done. Super excited to get some of these fabrics out to y'all, because it's like they are glorious. And as I was mentioning earlier in the stream, it's always so cool to be able to see them move from these like flat 2D things that you know are very pretty to like actual like 3D objects that somehow make the fabrics even more gorgeous. I don't know how, but it just some sort of magic. Just how it works. Same as knitting. Same as crochet. Like I said, any kind of like fiber arts. Any kind of artistry, but fiber arts is what I'm familiar with, so. You telling me to stand again? Yes, you are. No. Okay, so besides the fact that that pile dumped, we're definitely back to bags that we were doing this morning, which is exciting. Not that I clipped all the bags this morning. I guess more of like, never mind. Yeah, we clipped all the bags today, so. I don't know where I was actually going with that thought process then. Train derailed. Gone over the bridge. Alright. Potato cats. I called these potato. My youngest was asking what these were, and I was like, they're potato cats. And so that's what they got referred to as all weekend when they were looking at this fabric. And it's like, yes. Awesome. Speaking of which, I actually need to make another order with Natsumi for more charms. And I also gave her a challenge, and she rose to it beautifully. So once I'm through the throes of April, I will, and have the funds from April from these shows, I will place an order with her. Also need, no! It was clipped on both sides and it still fell out. I need to also pay Knit City for my booth, so that's always fun. That's always a big bill. So that'll happen in April as well. And then fingers crossed that that show is... I feel like Calgary is a good option for them to alternate with Vancouver. So, like I said, when you look at the Calgary or with the Vancouver vendors, like a good third of them at least are from Calgary. Allows more people from Calgary to the Calgary and Alberta area to participate. And the Calgary people who would attend Vancouver have more money in their pocket to like spend money, and it also makes the like Vancouver maybe, I was gonna say more exclusive, but that's not what I actually mean. Yeah, there's just a lot of good factors for it. There's been so much demand for it because it was like when they kind of teased it last year, someone was like, Calgary! And I'm like, yeah, go tell them that you want it in Calgary because we've been asking for it for years. So, and then eventually I will figure out how to get my butt out to Toronto for Knit City Toronto. I don't think Montreal will be in the cards just because it's like I don't have the French skills. But Toronto would be good. So, okay, that is a little bit too wide. I'm going to pull the zipper up so that it's like, there we go. Not split quite as far. This is the easy side. Katie, why would you do this to yourself? I was like, my bobbin thread has to be running out soon. And look at that. It ran out. Okay. Now the question is, should I continue? Yes, we'll just continue. I was like, should I flip them and do the other side, or should I continue? But let's just continue, because honestly, we're almost, well, we're not almost done, but we are almost done. We're not almost done. There we go. We're probably about halfway. So, halfway doing the first. Ooh, there's the snow. Damn it. Oh yeah, there it is. It's actually sun snowing right now. I can see it creeping over the foothills right now. It's like, I could see the mountains this morning. The mountains are completely gone. And it's blowing up from Ghost Lake right now. Yay. In it rolls. I guess at least the forecast wasn't lying. I don't know. I also don't think it's supposed to be that cold. I think it's supposed to actually melt. Like, basically it's going to fall and melt and then fall and melt again. So we're going to have like another round of that dumb freeze thaw again. Oh well, we still need the snow. It would be nice if it was falling like rain instead of snow today. Then everything would get washed off, like I mentioned earlier, and it would be like fresh. Oh well. Does this still count as like full spring, or is this like fourth winter? I actually wonder how much snow we're gonna get, because it's like, excuse me, because it's like, yeah, I don't know, doesn't matter. We'll find out in the morning, I guess. Okay, we're good. It's just like, that doesn't feel quite right, so let's just check it, but it's fine. Felt like there's like lumps in it, but they're good. They sorted themselves out as soon as I set it on the table, so. You need to at least be partially folded over, or else this is not going to be a nice finish. Thank you. Alright, we're getting there. If you can see the pile on the cart, you can see that it has diminished significantly so far, which I appreciate. And then let's actually get this rolling for the bobbin. There we go. This one, oh great, the phone froze again. Oh my goodness, why? Okay, anyway, this one was I made this in the Kato bag already, and it looked absolutely spectacular, so I'm really excited to see what it's going to look like in the big bag. Excited. Alrighty. go. I'm just realizing that one of the good things I should look at, or not good things, but one of the things I should look for at the temple markets, if I'm like going to be using kimono fabric for like interiors on wallets and kato and pockets and all of that. Anyway, like kimono makes sense because a lot of times they're actually cheaper to buy than the unused fabric, but people do sell the unused fabric. In fact, I have a bolt of it. I've never ended up using it because it's like, okay, I actually did just go through the kimono that I purchased when I was on exchange, and I'm like, okay, I kept the two that have like a really high sentimental value for me, but the others, it's like, I don't know, I didn't even wear them in Japan, and how often am I wearing a kimono in Canada? Like twice in the last 15 flippin' years. So I actually did just integrate them into usage, but I'm just realizing that, yeah, I could look for just the bolts next time I'm there. I think that's a solid plan. Actually, if it works out, I'll go to both temple markets that I know of in Kyoto. So there's one on the 21st at Toji Temple. That's the one. I've gone to that one. I went to that one every single month I was there in Japan on exchange. And then I've been to Toji every single time except for the November 22 trip, just because the dates didn't quite line up. So that, I actually went to the temple market Kitano Tenmangu, which is like actually quite a ways out of like city center. But it just lined up better because it's on the 25th of the month, and just with when Dallas was home for baby care and everything like that, I had to do it that way. It was a good market still. It was much smaller than Toji. But if I can hit both, I will try to do that next trip. And since the kids will have luggage allowance, I have quite a bit of room to bring kimono and obi back. The problem with kimono is like they've got a ton of fabric on them, in them, but they are obviously then also very heavy. So having a kid's luggage allowance is going to be extremely useful that trip. I just gotta find them lightweight luggage. So, although it seems like Costco right now always has some sort of luggage set at a fairly good price too. So, I saw one of like, they had a Haze luggage set yesterday. Not like cheap, but definitely lower end. A little bit heavier than what I typically would buy, but because if we're going for a couple weeks, we'll end up needing like personal bags for each of them, personal bags for each of Dallas and I. Although I have done my trips, like I did May out of a carry-on basically, plus a little bit more coming back than going. But actually the other benefit to the Haze luggage I just saw yesterday is it's like, was a more distinct color as well, which is one of the things, because I have had bags, we've got a navy set now, and people have picked up that navy set and like been like, it's my bag. Which of course it was like full of fabric, and it's like, I might need that for customs. Thankfully, I did not that trip, but like, seriously. They had like ribbon and a bunch of other things on their bag, and I'm like, how do you forget that you have a bunch of stuff on your bag between like Japan and Canada? Admittedly, they both looked extremely similar, but they were not. Although the same thing happened to me in Calgary. It's like I gate checked my carry-on. It was a silver bag. Gate checked it because I was like, hey, then I don't have to deal with it. And it got picked up from the belt too because someone thought it was theirs. And I'm like, that one was really wild because the one that didn't get picked up, that like was the person's supposed to be luggage, had like a massive fragile sticker on it. And I'm like, it was a hard side suitcase, so I don't know how you thought that this fragile sticker was going to get pulled off. I don't know. The worst part of that one would have been not the fact that it was like my personal items, but it was my sister-in-law's suitcase that I had borrowed. Because I have carry-ons, but they're like the old style carry-ons that like are tilty ones. And when you're solo traveling in Japan, tilty suitcases don't cut it. It's got to be well, you could do it with the tilty ones, but it's far easier to solo travel with the like 4-way wheels. So I've since rectified that. We now have Mickey and Minnie rolling carry-on suitcases. Because there's, even going down to Disney, it's a lot harder to mistake those suitcases than like navy and silver and all of that. We also have belly bands for the ones that are navy. And then our other set is like bright blue. Which so far are doing really well, all things considered. They're a, what are they? Are they haze as well? So our first set was Samsonite. Samsonite is amazing, but they're really expensive. Even at like outlet prices. Although actually that's what we should go check for the kids' luggage next. So what was the set I got? I don't know. Anyway, they were like a half-pound lighter than the Samsonite as well, and they were like half the price almost. At least looking online. I didn't go look at the outlet because I don't know. I don't know why I didn't go look at the outlet. Anyway, doesn't matter. But I think they're haze. And they're holding up pretty good. Considering that they get like absolutely filled to the gunnels every few years and then like thrown on an international flight, I'm quite pleased with how our luggage is holding up so far. That light blue set has made 2 trips overseas with me now because Caroline borrowed them in May and they're still like in pretty decent condition. The only thing about the light blue one is that it's like showing stains already, which is very interesting. Hey, we're almost through this first set of seams, and then we'll turn around and do the other side. What time is it? It's just after 3 o'clock. So I have to wrap up around 3:45, 4 o'clock. So I can get my run in before I have to go pick up kiddos. I had been hoping that the weather would improve so I could run outside, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Because now it's gone to the point of like, well, it's still 6 degrees, it says. And funnily enough, it looks like the wind has finally actually died down. So maybe, anyway. But I do need to get, and then I'll get back in time to make them like something in the microwave. Probably pizza pops. Because then I can load it in the Jeep and just load them in the Jeep and they can eat. And they'll be happy. actually, it does look like it is no longer windy. So I will go step outside the door when I'm done here and test the air and see. Because part of it is like, A, I'm a fair weather runner as much as I hate the treadmill. And B, it will depend on what the actual wind chill is. And I don't like running into a headwind if I can avoid it. I know, race day is not going to give me any of those considerations. But, whatever. It's not race day, it's training. And at least at the end of May, if it's like raining, it shouldn't be this cold. Okay. Overzealous on my seams there, but we've got it sorted. There we go. Yay! Almost there. All right, well, the good news is that once the kids are in bed, I will be able to come back down. For sure get the interior seams done and dusted as well. And then if those go smoothly and the kids aren't making a big fuss, I will also work on getting the boxing started. I just realized, I wonder if I could like sew the box. I wonder, instead of like cutting the boxes before I sewed them, if I could sew the box and then just trim the excess fabric off. Like, I could do it that way. I wonder if that would be faster than like cutting all the boxes and then sewing them. The thing about it that being that I need to sort out what exactly the box size is with the seam allowance, which I'm pretty sure I know, more or less sometimes. 90% consistently. There we go. And I definitely need to change that needle. I can hear it starting to be a little bit annoyed. So we'll definitely do the exterior seams, and then I don't know why it would be though. We just changed it. Oh no. Ooh, nope, we're still good. My finger tells me we're fine. That could actually just be the bobbin coming up to the end of its thread amount. Who knows? That is not centered. What happened there? All right, fixed now, but goodness. All right. Strawberries. These strawberries are so delicious looking. Haha. I want strawberries because of them. But sadly, it is not strawberry season yet. I am laughing though, because it's like I bought a lot of these last May being like, hey, these are good summer fabrics. Didn't get the fabrics washed till November. And now we're prepping all this stuff for like April, May, June, July, August. I'm like, hey, it was just a full circle moment. Look at that. This one's fun too. It's like just the cats. Yeah, so the adjustments I would need to make for like not cutting the boxes before would be basically to figure out what the triangle size would be. And then just sew at that line. I would still need to mark it. But in some ways it would be more accurate. Or consistent, maybe, would be a better term. Accurate. And then last one, and then we flip. yeah, maybe we'll try that on the first one and see if we can make that swing that or not this time. Because yes, I would still need to trim all of them, blah, 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 blah. But I think it might be more consistent and less time consuming. Worth a try. Apparently I'm just all about the experimenting with these ones today. So, okay, normally I clip these in between. We are not going to do that. We're just going to pull and pull and pull them unless the thread breaks. If the thread breaks, whatever, not a big deal. Oh, come on. There we go. I'm going to chuck them back on the cart because otherwise we're not going to have room on my lap for these. And then these ones, and they just keep going. I don't remember what one we started with when the bobbin thread ran out, but apparently it's really far down here. Okay. It's the clothesline of the chain piecing. There we go. Okay, we finished with the bunnies. All right. So we're going to try and keep that on top more or less, just because then we can start pulling from that end. And then there's one more set down here. Right, we finished with the hedgehogs. Okay. So these ones will pop on my lap, and then we'll go through. Eek. Time to clear the clips off, apparently, even though there's not many there. Oh my goodness, we did actually get quite a few done before the bobbin ran out. Oh. This is why I need to lift weights, because my shoulders are like, hey, that's a very odd movement and a lot of weight on them. Yes, I know. There we go. I need more strength so I can carry more grid wall in at once. That's usually actually my marker of if I've put muscle on or not, is when I can go to a show and lift more grid wall. Right now I can do, well, I was able to do 3 panels, but I think I'm around 3 panels most days right now. So, and those are 18 pounds a piece. So if I could move up to 4 panels, I could basically move a 10 by 10 booth in two rounds. That would be, well, okay, I'd be able to move the grid wall panels for a 10 by 10 in 2 rounds. That's what I would be able to do. Not like legs and everything else, but still, panels would be awesome. Alrighty, we're on to the other side. So we've done the first row of seams for the exterior. Now we're on to the other row of seams for the exterior. Sometimes this works, sometimes this doesn't. Like I said, most of the time I do clip it between. If I don't have to, I do not. If they fight me a lot, we'll clip them, but right now, whatever. It should work fine to just chain piece everything the other direction. Mostly it's just that they're upside down instead of being the direction that they should be oriented for actually sewing. That's annoying, but whatever. These koi and hydrangea are spectacular. I love it. I do need to shuffle the seam a little bit to line up a little bit better with the seam allowance. There we go. Basically the interior is a little bit shorter than the exterior. So just making sure that we don't have too much grief when we go to do stuff with that later. Oh, there we go. They're twisted around here. There. Fixed. Go, 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 go. I am actually still in shock that we've gotten this much done. It's like today. To get like zip pulls on and then get everything clipped and these end seams, holy. Alrighty, I'll take it. Hopefully I haven't jinxed myself. But very pleased. What is going on? I don't get it. Okay, wait. I think we need to clip it here, which is supposed to be the next bag. Yeah, the gray is supposed to be the next bag. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. Whatever. One thread clip is not going to kill efficiency. It's actually probably more efficient than the battle I just had with the fabric. Is also not centered anymore. Okay, fixed. Make sure that everything is like snugged up. There we go. Sorry. If you do have any questions while I'm sewing, please feel free to throw them in the chat. Mostly we're just rambling today. But I'm glad to have guidance on where you would like me to ramble. I just, I don't always see the chat right away because obviously I am trying not to puncture my fingers with my very scary sewing machine. But I am happy to answer any questions you may have or direct you to locations where I hopefully have answers to your questions, like other videos or Instagram or whatever. Oh, I see. I should be working from the other end. Okay. Where is the, what was the last one? It was the hedgies. Basically what's happened is it's backwards. Haha, there we go. Now they'll stop getting twisted around each other. Sweet. Okay, so we'll toss that pile and, well, not toss it, but we'll flip it before we start on the other pile too. Because otherwise we're going to run into the same problem. At least I think that was the issue. Yeah, that was totally the issue. Yay, figured it out. I don't know. I thought we might be able to get through all of these by 4, but I don't know. It feels like we may not, but we'll be damn close. So that's better than not anything. I'm gonna snug that up a little bit because apparently that zipper is really far down and nothing is centered anymore. Yay! Because, you know, we haven't put a bunch of work into making sure that this all lined up earlier at all. That was sarcasm, in case that wasn't clear. And sarcasm. There we go. Okay, now this one we have to be careful that I do not sew over the metal and zipper end stop. Okay, in this case we are going to actually leave the zipper stop in the bag. No, we're out of bobbin thread. Alright, never mind then. Oh, where did we? We lost bobbin thread all the way back there. Lovely. Clip this back again because then it's held. Go. Alright. Bobbin thread notoriously always runs out at the most inconvenient moment. Bobbin thread running out at all during production sewing is always inconvenient. It doesn't matter where it runs out. Unless it's like right at the very end of the chain of bags. Right in the middle of a difficult sewing is not it. Although at least it ended when I had after I backstitched. So that's handy at least. Because now we can just go back in and start at the backstitch. Am I using my hand for my knee lever? 100%. Alright. Now, back over the scary zipper end here. Zipper stop. A little bit smaller of a seam allowance than normal, which is fine. Mostly so we don't take our eyeball out with that zipper stop. There we go. Okay, start the bobbin winding again. Was that enough? Really? Oh, okay. Sweet. Okay, and then we'll shimmy a lot more up onto my lap, because then it's not pulling on what's actually on the machine as much. Ugh, come on. And we'll put it over on the cart. There we go. Now I can just go in, hopefully, and so. Go. Away we go. I'm like trying to talk myself out of going for my run, but if I do not do my run before the kids come home, it will not happen. Because it's just like, they will be miserable if they have to sit in their seats. They would be very happy, however, to come down and watch TV and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, if I go upstairs and do my run, and then they can have some TV time once they're home from school, that's fine. I know I said I was going to take them outside, but we'll see how far this snow has creeped in, I guess, but first, crept in. So. Anyway, I have to keep myself talked into my run instead of talked out of my run, because it would be way easier just to sit down here and finish this off and be like, yeah, I finished this much work today. But there'll be time for that after dinner. Especially because, honestly, if it is triangles getting sewn instead of the box edges getting sewn, it might be way easier to chain piece that too. And if you're like, Katie, what kind of like magic words are you saying when you're saying box the edges? What I do is a lot of patterns do call for you to cut the boxes out before you sew them. So I do it on like patterns like the Kato, because the Kato actually has other measurements around where you box the edges, so that makes sense to me. But for the box bags, I've always found it easier to box the bag after I've sewn the bag, basically, instead of like trying to figure out where to place the boxes before the fabric's even folded. Could I do it right now instead of like sewing across like the piece that we're going to be cutting out here? Yes, but I don't know, I just find mentally I find this easier. Just straight seams, easy peasy, go, 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 go. Plus now if it works that I could sew them like triangles, which is basically boxing the edge. Just it'll make more sense once I actually show you. But if I can do it that way, I think it's going to be actually more, even if it's not more efficient, I think it's going to be more accurate. There we go. And then I just trim the triangles down instead of cutting out squares. The triangles will not remain in the bag because that would be too much bulk on the corners, but At least in the case of the box bags. Because I wouldn't be able to tack them down in a nice fashion either, really, I don't think, without it being very visible. So, we'll see. I'll try it on one of the bags and figure out if it works or not. It might work for like exterior seams. I don't know if it'll work. It would work for interior seams too. That's part of it. So, eek. But the awesome part about that is, yeah, I would still have to box one edge for a turning edge, because I was just like, wait, how would I turn it? Because like there's no raw edges or openings in the lining. There are no openings in the lining without a box being cut. So we could do like the majority of it as triangles and then box one edge, then that would be fine. And then that would be the turning opening. Alright, we're cranking along. We're going to at least have this pile done before I need to head out, for sure. And then the cart pile, we'll probably have to wait until after, which, whatever, it's still, again, like I said, it's not going anywhere. And who knows how many I'm actually going to get finished before Saturday. We'll do our best. I promise to do my best. If you're just coming into the stream for the first time, I'm Katie. This is Tele Nekozuki. Yes, it's Nekozuki. It's a Japanese saying meaning cat lover. I go to Japan and purchase my fabrics in Kyoto and Tokyo, mainly because I was an exchange student in Japan during my university years. And when I started making project bags, suddenly a lot of competition came up. And I went, okay, so where can I find cute cat fabrics? And I was like, do you know where I bet has cute cat fabrics? Japan. And lo and behold, Japan has cute cat fabrics. So that's where it started. I started importing through Etsy sellers. And then when my husband and I went back for his first trip in 2016, I went, okay, let's see how much it would actually cost me to go and purchase the fabrics myself. And really, the rest is history, because it is significantly more sustainable to purchase the fabrics myself, even with the rising cost of flights and everything else. So, especially because I don't work in like wholesale quantities. So if I was working in like 15-meter quantities and stuff like that, that would make absolutely 0 sense. But I'm working in like 1 to 6 meters top quantities, and usually 1 to 3. So most of these are very small batch. And small batch crafted, and usually right now maybe 1 or 2 bags are made from these fabrics tops. So that's just how limited they are. So I do also work with obi and kimono, so I upcycle them from purchases at temple markets in Kyoto to make into wallets and purses. And I'm going to see if I can make kato out of them as well. We'll see, because I think there is one kato size that's like the obi is basically made for. It's the right, like, exact size. I don't know why I backstitched that. We don't need to backstitch those edges. So yeah, I think we'll do some obi and kimono kato post for May for the kimono market that NJCA is hosting. If you have any questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat. I am happy to help as best as I can, either point you in the right direction or chatter away about it. Basically, it just helps me monologue better when I have questions, because that's all this is a monologue. Not quite a soliloquy, but definitely a monologue. The crazy part about this, and this is that I was an English major in university, and they still actually chose me to go to Japan. You haven't heard this story before. It's like the only question I remember from my exchange interview. They asked, it's like, so you've got 2 Japanese universities, because I did, and you got Edinburgh. Like, why? This is kind of random. And I'm like, well, my top choice is I want to go to Japan. Like, that's the thing. But Edinburgh would actually be more useful to my degree because I'm an English major. So realistically, the main thing is I want to go on exchange. And Japan is like the top choice, but if that doesn't work, then Edinburgh is useful. And it would still have been an exchange. It would have been spectacular as well. But they selected me to go on to actually one of the highest competition, from what I can tell, is one of the most competitive Japanese selections that was available to the U of C, because you had to have a really high grade point average, and I think that's partly because Japan's just super popular for exchange as well. And like, I don't mean like super high, but you need a higher GPA to get into the program. And then there is only 3 spots from all of the students that applied to this university to send people to. So I did actually email my exchange coordinator. She's now the like head of CJCA, which is the Calgary International Students and Study Abroad. I think she's the director of international students now or something, or international studies now. Anyway, she's moved up, which is awesome. But I did email her and I was like, hey, thanks for like taking a chance on this English major, basically, because it's like, who would have thought that like me going to Japan would have led to this in some ways. So you just never know. Man, I know my travel bug's been high, and I keep saying I want to go to Japan, but I really want to go to Japan. Does anyone want to sponsor a trip? I don't know what I would do in like return for that sponsorship, but if someone wants to sponsor a trip to Japan, I am happy to do it. Could send you like exclusive video updates. I don't know. Just nothing risque. Apparently I need like a travel sugar daddy that doesn't want anything risque. Or sugar mama, I don't care, I'm not picky. Man, until you start live streaming and having to monologue, and this is why I always just say it's a stream of consciousness, because there is no script, it's just whatever kind of pops into my head, and I do keep some of it back, but not a lot of it back. You just don't know what's going to pop out of your mouth sometimes, or what you're apparently going to put out as sound bites on the internet, you know. At least I hope it's entertaining. That's what I'm here for. I am here to entertain, mostly, and somewhat educate. If you pick up something educational from my rambling, I appreciate it. All right, there is that next set done. So we're just basically gonna push it over the edge here so it's out of the way. That's a lot of bags, guys. There's so many bags. Okay, I just kicked a clip off of my pedal strut. Pick it up before I squish it. All right, so we finished with, so here is the beginning of this pile, but that was making it all twisty, because yeah, we would have to go through like this, which is counterintuitive. So what bag did we finish with? Oh, damn it. Okay, well, at least we know better for next time of like, okay, pile it up so that the bags that you finish with is what you start with. So what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of bundle this up. And then I'm going to pitch it over into the bin here. There we go. And then we're going to just see if we can toss it and find the end here. I think we're actually going to do pretty good. Okay, there we go. Yes, I recognize this. We are getting to the end. Apparently we finished with the sloths, which I didn't remember. Although really, no, not quite sloths. Oops. Okay. Potato cats? No, potato cats was earlier. Oh, we finished with this one. The embroidery puff florals. And then now we're twisted, so we'll just try and untwist here. And if you're like, Katie, why don't you just cut it? Because I'm stubborn. I'm being stubborn. Okay. I think we have more or less done it. There. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. If I sound out of breath, that's because I am. I don't know why. You'd think I would not be, but I am. All right. Off we go. Yay, I'm glad that's helped. It's helped me too, because like as much as like I enjoy listening to audiobooks and stuff like that, honestly rambling on I think has helped me actually want to be online more, or like not be online more, but to actually like feel like I've had coworkers and some kind of adult interaction in the day. So and at least when I'm not talking, the sound of the sewing machine is pretty soothing, so, if nothing else. All right, I'm going to go right until 4 o'clock, and then I am calling it so that I go get my ass in gear and get on the treadmill or get my run done, whatever it is. It only needs to be 30 minutes. Technically 40, because I don't think 30 minutes actually includes warm-up, cool-down, but whatever I get done, basically, today. 40 minutes is doable. I don't know why, but I am struggling a lot more with this training cycle than I did with Dopey. I think Dopey terrified me so much because of that marathon that kept me mostly on track, but now it's like, it's just a half. It's totally the wrong mindset to be going into it with, because I do want to get faster. So I'll kick my butt into gear better over the summer, I think. There was that benefit, is that lots of the Dopey training did, like, although the high mileage did end up happening on the treadmill no, actually, the last high mileage run I did was like a mix of treadmill and outside running. And then I decided that no, that was just, I was done training. I decided I was done training at 23 miles because I was like, you know what? This sucked. And if it's going to suck, it's not going to be good for training anyway, because I'm just going to be like, ugh, and, not resentful. That's what I would be. So. And at least today I get to go fast. I have to like do some more lower level running and get a little bit more of my base reestablished. But today I get to go fast. And being able to run fast always makes it better. So that's what I'll do to get myself on the treadmill, is I get to go fast. And then when I'm done, I'm done. I don't have to go to the gym or anything today because I don't think I'm ready to return to in-public stuff right now, but Friday I will go to the gym again before I come online, because then I will just be done. Alright, so even if we're not through all of these, we have gotten a significant number of bags done. There's still a few to go. I would say we're probably we're well over halfway. I would say we're probably about 2/3 of the way through. So that's good. And then, because the interior seams are going to go a lot faster than all this setup for like the exterior seams, and even actually sewing the interior seams, even without prep, is just faster for some reason. I don't know. Although realistically, the exterior seams aren't going slow either. So that's good. And obviously we still got like about 10 minutes left. So it's not like we're done. We can get quite a few more seams done in 10 minutes than typically it feels like we should be able to. But as long as stuff doesn't get too tangled up here. Now we will trim everything apart or clip everything apart basically before I start in on the interior seams, and that is when we will do the counts for tags, because I am going to swap and put tags into, I just realized how I'll fix the seam allowance on this. Okay, we're definitely doing triangles. And then I just realized how we will actually do the seam allowance on the triangles, which is basically, I'm still going to have to mark all of it, but I will not have to cut it till afterwards. We will try it with one bag, just make sure that it works and it comes out to a comparable or same size as what they do right now. It's because it would be dumb to do that big a change, do all of them and have to redo them. That's a big no-no. It's kind of like putting the tag in and making sure that putting the tag in to the interior seam instead of the... Oh, that would also solve... No, it wouldn't solve that. I was like, that would solve the whole tag thing and I could put it into the corner, but no, it would not. Because... folding still. Yeah, no, never mind. Anyway. I do think it would also add, it wouldn't be structure, but there would be less like potential for it to kind of unravel as well with the sewing and shit. Because it's like it would trap the thread more effectively. And then I would trim it. And like the thread wouldn't be exposed from the seam, as it were, before like stuff happened. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. If it doesn't revolutionize the large box bags, it doesn't need to. I just am curious if it will work. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's not a big deal. Okay, let's get these kind of rolled up into a better sewing position. I'm going to throw them back on the cart because, hey, there's not that many left, actually. And we'll see what we can get done here in the next few minutes. And I'm going to go listen to my smutty slow burn. I don't get this. It's like spicy, but still a slow burn like spice. I don't know. I also can't tell what's going to happen when they actually do have any sex in this book. It's like, it better be worth the wait. That's all I'm at. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I'm listening to Filthy Rich Vampire right now. It's by Geneva Lee. It is pure entertainment, which is good when I'm doing stuff like this, and that's usually when I'm listening to this sort of thing. And it's like one of those books where it's like, it's not amazing, but it's not terrible. And now I'm like, I am both invested and not. Like, I definitely want to know how this ends, but it's also super annoying. And it's both explicit and not as well. It's just, it's so, it's like someone went, I want to write a spicy romance novel, but we're going to like 3/4 fade or half fade to black, but not really fade to black. It's like, what? But we'll be really explicit in other scenes. I guess maybe the best description of it would be that it's been like softcore basically, but not, I don't get it. I'm annoyed. I'm also annoyed that I'm invested in it in some ways. I'm still gonna finish it. The narrators are really good, so that's good too. Oh, at least the male narrator has a really good voice. And the female narrator hasn't bothered me, so that's good too. And again, it's supporting my local libraries, so I'm not too fussed about it. It's not like I'm paying a subscription fee even to read it or anything like that, because they've brought in free cards for my library, so. And I'm invested enough to make, because it's not going to finish in one book. So I'm just hoping it's not a trilogy. I hope it's a duology. If it's a trilogy and I have to wait for the third book, I might throw something at the wall. Not actually. Although I don't think I could do much more damage to my phone than's already happened. Considering that's got like a well, I could. That's a lie. But with shattered back, there's not much more I can do to it. All right, what can I get done in 8 minutes? I feel like we might be able to actually get through this pile before 4 o'clock, if things aren't too tangled up. Maybe. I'll just trim it, Katie. There, fixed. This fan fabric, the more I look at it, the more gorgeous it is. Especially on the black. I'm usually not a big fan of like black. Oh, we're out of bobbin thread. Okay, never mind. It's like we're just gonna be able to keep cranking along. Not if the bobbin runs out. Anyway, sometimes I'm not a very big fan of like prints on black, but this like, I don't know. Again, Japan just does a really good job with a lot of very unexpected colorways. Sometimes I find stuff on black like a little bit too stark, or like just too much, but not in these cases. Okay, lift the bobbin thread up so that we hopefully don't get bird nesting. Apparently I didn't have a long enough thread to lift up. Lovely. Or got besmirched with lint. That's a good indication I probably need to clean under my machine. All right. Should bring the little. Actually, I'll probably bring the air, compressed air in, blow it out or something here soon. The place that probably needs a lot of TLC is under the feed dog, so I probably should take off the feed dog plate and actually clean under there. Eventually. I'll do it eventually. go. We're getting there. Oh, man. The thing that just popped into my head that I'm suddenly like, oh, yes, is, so there's I didn't know it was a chain, but there's a ramen place in Narita when you are in the international departures. It's called Ippudo. And it is, I think, the best bowl of ramen I've had in my life. I don't know if it was because when I had it, it'd been 4 years since I'd been in Japan, but I'd also had a lot of very good ramen that trip. So the second best bowl of ramen I ever had was in Nippoi Textile Town, which is the fabric street in Tokyo that I go shopping on. And it was a tiny little, like, maybe 8 to 10 seat place. And it was freaking amazing. It was piled high with, like, grilled meat, super cheap. Like, I don't know if I feel like this is a fairly normal thing, but it's like you travel and you eat certain places and then you daydream about it, right? Like, does anyone else, if you've traveled overseas, regularly daydream about food that is like half a world away? I'm going to assume so. Although, to be fair, there's a little burger place on Galiano Island, which is in between Vancouver and Victoria. And their burgers are the best burgers I've also had. And so, So at least I don't have to go half a world away to get those. Do we have good food in Calgary? Of course. My favorite sushi place is actually in Cochrane. Yes, even over Japan. But like, I don't know. There's also a really good ramen place in Victoria too. Actually, we have found a really good ramen place in Calgary. A couple really good ramen places in Calgary. But like, sometimes they just, I don't know. It's atmosphere and stuff too, so. The Nippoi Textile Town one was so just like random because it was basically like I was just walking down the street, saw a sign for soba, totally fell for the advertising picture for the shop, also because of the price. Went in and it was like just amazing. Like, oh, okay. And they were only open for lunch. Actually, yes. Yeah, they were only open for lunch. Right, because I was like, how did I know that? But I went in and did tomato right when they opened. And then I went and stored my bag. Right, because I had the backpack. So I stored the bag in the station lockers and then went for lunch. And then what I vowed to myself, because I was doing a solo trip, was that I was going to explore the rest of Textile Town because I hadn't before. And I'm glad I did. There's a lot of really cool little shops, and there's a couple that I actually want to return to next time I'm in Tokyo. So, no other real fabric shops, although I'd probably still poke my head in anyway, because it's like, they all, like, even Tomato doesn't carry, like, everything Nomoda and vice versa, because, like, different fabrics are going to be more popular in different areas, blah, blah, blah. Anyway. Yeah, there's like a little artist co-op down the street that's super cool, and a bead shop. So now that I'm back into making stitch markers, I'm like, I need to go bead shopping in Japan. Although I found a really cool place in Kyoto too, so I'm excited to go there. Okay, I know I said I was going to finish at 4, but we are literally less than 10 from the end, and of course my phone decides that now is the time to be difficult. Why do you keep stopping your video? It's actually like completely disconnected this time, it looks like. Yay. Okay, well, let's just put my face on. Anyway, we're less than 10 from the end, so I'm not going to mess around with that too much. We're just going to finish these, and then I'm going to head out. But like I said, there's absolutely no reason to stop right now. So once these are finished, that is half the interior, or half the seams done. And then it'll be interior fabric seams. And then whatever I do for boxing, whether that's triangles or it is, scary metal zipper stops. Okay, I missed it. Yeah, whether those are triangles or whether we cut out all the squares and then like sew them. So the pile is actually as tall as the sewing desk, even with it pushed over. Although actually we did pick up, so I was pretty sure that, well, I don't know if it's the brand that I did actually use when I was in Japan, but I think it was. We picked up Japanese pancake mix. It's from Morinaga. And because we're at H Mart, which is an Asian grocery in Calgary, and made them, and they were delicious. Like Dallas said, they had the same kind of like mouthfeel and very similar like sweetness level and stuff like that Japan has. Because Japan actually, a lot of it anyway, is not as sweet. Or it doesn't taste as sweet at least. So, but it was really good pancake mix. So if you have the opportunity and the means to get your hands on some Morinaga pancake batter, just know that they taste like Japanese pancakes. They're also very fluffy. Not like souffle pancake fluffy, but like definitely not flapjack flatness. Okay, I've got 2 more bags and then I'm going to boogie. So thank you so much for joining me today. This has been a very long stream, but we have gotten a crap ton done. Appreciate all the chatter. Like I said, it helps kind of give me a focus for this ramble. And I appreciate some focus. I will be back on tonight for more, well, maybe I will listen to my book. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But probably we'll just be back on for more random rambling. Around about, hopefully the kids are in bed by 8:30 Mountain Daylight Time. So that's like 4 hours. And we will go through, we'll pull all the clips, we'll clip all the bags apart, and then we're going to be doing the interiors here. So yeah, I am shocked and very pleased how much we've gotten done today. But I am also needing a break for the whole, the talking hole, I guess. The mouth, oh my God. There are things that don't need to be sound clips on the internet, Katie. Hope you all have a fantastic evening. And if you aren't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and or the bell icon. That'll let you know from YouTube when I'm on the live. And then if you don't want to do that, if you go and follow me on Instagram, I always post a link on there as well to let you know when I'm coming on live as well. So I hope you all have a fantastic night. Good dinner if that is the time for y'all. We're about an hour out from that, and I'll